Greetings, everyone. Greetings and welcome. This week, I had the absolute honor and privilege to get a chance to talk with Zukan, who is the 3D artist, NPC modeler, and prop artist for Monsters and Memories. It was an amazing conversation. We nerded out over EverQuest, over his love for Vanguard, which is a huge inspiration, and also just like lizard races and kind of his thought process and approach to his art. And it's very special for me because Zukan is like the second person that I saw on the team besides Sean. So when I was first kind of learning about Monsters and Memories. So really awesome guy, super humble, strong work ethic, just always working, very passionate about his work and just focused on the craft. So I hope you enjoy this conversation and thank you so much for being here. Okay, cool. So for people that don't know you yet, who are you, and kind of how did you get into your career path, and sort of what's your background into MMOs and also 3D art? I know that's kind of layered right off the bat.
That is there. It is a big question because it's a lot of different things happened to get from just being a gamer to making games and all that stuff. But I mean, to answer who I am, I'm Zukan. I go by Zukan. And I'm a nerd, huge nerd. I played a lot of EverQuest growing up, like many of the people in the community did as well. I had a computer, my own kind of computer, at a pretty young age. So I was really into playing games, and I was more of a computer nerd. But we did get consoles eventually as well. PlayStation 1 was like a big thing for me. And so that was kind of happening, but it was of the our people of our age range, kind of had a childhood that was kind of pre-internet. For at least that was mine anyway. A lot of my early childhood was like, I wasn't into computer stuff, or internet wasn't. It was just getting going, right? So I kind of count myself lucky that I was able to have a certain sort of childhood of being out and running around in dirt and playing. I used to play in the dirt with my Hot Wheels. I made like little roads and stuff, and I would drive them around and stuff. So nice. I had that, but then I kind of transitioned into being a total shut-in video game nerd, right? But on the art side as well, it's kind of, there's a transition as well from traditional art, drawing in school, because that's what you have, drawing on paper, to like in high school, we had a ceramic class, and that's kind of when I got into sculpting and 3D, sort of more than just 2D on paper and stuff. And I got really into that. That was my career plan when I was leaving high school. Was I was gonna become a ceramic artist. I actually converted my mom's garage into a little studio. I had a whole table, I had a bunch of clay, I had my own kiln, so like everything was all set up in there. Wow. And then you know what I did with that studio, Slayheim? I ignored it, and I stayed inside, and I sat in front of my computer instead of using it. So I was like, I thought to myself, well, this is not a path to success if I'm not using all these tools. So I'm like, I need to think of a different plan here. So I was like, okay, being a full-time like ceramic artist isn't for me. But I do like sculpting, right? And I like video games. So I eventually found a way to kind of merge those two loves into doing 3D art for video games, or just 3D art in general, digitally. And that's sort of how I wound up. That's the short answer, I guess.
Yeah.
Just kind of merging those two into like one career, and went to school for that, and kind of just dove right into it. It took me a while to get there, actually, though, because I tried the ceramic thing, and then I tried getting into digital 2D stuff. Like I was getting into Photoshop, and so it was kind of an intermittent digital transition where I did the clay stuff, and then I got into digital 2D stuff like Photoshop and just painting in that regard. And then I learned about how to do the 3D stuff. There's kind of like a couple layers there. I had like a web comic at one point. That was when web comics were everywhere. And I was like, I'm going to be a web comic artist.
That's awesome.
And that's not something that you can really just start doing and it be your job from the get go. So I was like, okay, well, this isn't working either. So I just tried a bunch of different stuff until something stuck, pretty much. So
yeah, no, it's great. I love that you tried a bunch of different stuff, and I'm I don't know. I feel like, yeah, you kind of, there's like physical stuff in the world before like things are digital, because I feel like a lot of us remember those classes in high school with like the ceramics and whatnot. It's kind of cool to like put your hands on something and then it becomes a thing. And while all that was happening, were you playing EverQuest at the time? Is that, I guess, when did you discover EverQuest, or just kind of gaming in general? I know PS1 was a big influence. Sorry to jump around here, but
yeah, no worries. I just gave you a whole bunch of stuff, so no worries. Sorry, some people are home as well, so if you hear any sounds, I apologize.
No worries.
But yeah, so I got into EverQuest right when writing Classic. My older brother actually got it, and I kind of just watched him play for a while. And eventually I was like, I want to try, and that was kind of how I got into it. It was just watching him play. And he was into like musicals and stuff too. So he had like a disc, like a CD that he made of like a bunch, like his own mixtape of like a bunch of musicals and like Disney songs and stuff. So my earliest kind of EverQuest experience is just like running around in Misty Thicket on my Halfling Druid, listening to like show tunes.
Nice.
So that's a really like Les Mis and EverQuest are like really tightly knit for me for that weird reason. And Phantom and those sorts of songs and things. But yeah, so that's how I got into it. And I have two brothers. There's three of us. We all got into EverQuest at one point, but we only had one account. So that was a bit of a scheduling problem that we had to fight over. My parents had to literally write down like a schedule of like, you play, between this time and this time, and then the next person go. And the other two, they really enjoyed it as well. But I think it really got its hooks in me more so than the others. And I actually found myself waking up at like 3 a.m. sometimes to get like extra time in, before the schedule starts. I'm playing.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just stuck with me. And it's always stuck with me, obviously.
That's awesome.
So yeah, I played it Classic, and then I actually have a memory, an explicit memory of getting Kunark for Christmas, and we got it installed, we loaded up, and we were running around in Field of Bone. There you go.
Yeah,
I actually don't have. I don't have the box though. I wasn't big on like saving things, I think I have the disc. I think I have my original classic disc and Kunark disc, and I have uh, Planes of Power and Luclin, I think. But just the CDs, not the box.
Oh,
I have the cloth map too that's framed. But yeah, we didn't hang on to other stuff. But I do remember getting Kunark for Christmas and running around in Field of Bone with everyone else kind of like starting fresh. That was really cool. And then I just kind of kept playing until I played other stuff too. Like, I wasn't like solely on that, but it's always been kind of the main game. Um, and I played all the way up until about I think Almonds of War is when I kind of stopped because I've never been much of like a what do you call it, like a power gamer or anything. I did like maybe one Vox raid, one uh Nagathan raid, but that was kind of it. And those are just pickup groups. I don't think I ever joined a guild. I don't think I ever hit max level. I just I liked roaming around and kind of being immersed in the world. It was kind of one of those. I was kind of a dumb kid. I was young too, right? So it didn't click with me like on a kind of like a certain level of understanding, but I definitely like it. The world kind of comes through enough on its own that like you can just kind of enjoy it for what it is and just kind of roam around and stuff. And that's what I enjoyed doing. Um, it wasn't until much later when P99 was a thing, I got into that and I came back more as an adult and kind of played it a little bit more intentionally, but I was still kind of just roaming around having fun. I just like doing groups and like killing stuff. I eventually did join a guild and did a little bit more raiding, but still I was not like a hardcore by any means. So
yeah. Very cool. Very cool. That's awesome. Yeah, it's Kunark was kind of my entryway into it too, and I really really like Iksar. That's kind of one of my favorites, and we'll get into like the lizard race stuff later. But you did share a story with me recently, like in a YouTube comment. You mentioned you got your Enchanter epic on P99. It's the one and only epic you ever had.
yeah.
And I just think it's really interesting. Can you kind of like elaborate on that story? Was there anything there? I know you mentioned you were at work, kind of in the office at the time, and Vessel Droslin popped up, and Verena Tomb. You were both like camping those week long. Well, basically, like, why did you why focus on the Enchanter epic specifically? Is that what you played mostly on P99?
Yeah. I kind of like to play like alts here and there and stuff, and try different things. I like trying all the stuff and goofing around, right, without any kind of uh, intention. Because, like I said, I'm not like a power gamer or anything. I'm not trying to like hit max level real quick and kill all the dragons. Like I kind of just like
Yeah,
living in the world.
me
So
too.
just kind of making a bunch of characters and just kind of checking stuff out is kind of my thing. It's the Enchanter that I always come back to though. So that I just kind of happenstantially got that one to the higher level. That's the one I joined a guild with as well. So that was, yeah, it's just always my main, and it just through accumulation of spending the most time on that one, I got him to a point where I was able to actually do that kind of thing because I mean it's also such a long quest and everything, and um it takes a certain amount of focus, I would say, to do those.
Absolutely.
So that's just kind of why that was only one. I mean, it'd be cool, like it would have been cool to get all of them, right? Like they're all cool. um Especially like the shaman or the necromancer one, because I'm pretty sure those have like clicky dot effects. So that would be really nice to just have a lazy day and just like click on stuff to
Yeah.
One of my favorite camps is the Fell with Guards. It's like just a really chill spot. I did that on my Enchanter. On P99, you can charm the Paladin Guildmaster and then tell him to kill all the guards, and he's just extremely powerful. So he can take on the entire city guard by himself all at once, and that's
awesome.
what I would do.
Wow.
So I would tell him to kill everybody, and then I would leave. I would zone because the zone's right there, and then I don't have to deal with him like destroying me. And then I could loot all the swords, and then there's a merchant and a banker right there, so I could just sell all the swords to them, and then bank the money, and then just wait until it respawns. It was like a really chill, perfect spot. It had everything. It was amazing. I love that spot. And doing it as an enchanter is just risky because of charm and charm breaks. So sometimes I wish I had a necromancer with the duck staff, and I could just have it be even more chill, because there's more frequently there's like necromancers there that are just root rotting stuff, all the guards, and I think to myself, that looks way more chill than what I do. So it'd be nice to have one of those, but I digress. But anyway, the story you asked about the story. So so as you know, there's those two NPCs that they're those two are kind of like the bottleneck of the whole quest line, because both of them have like a week-long respawn time. And the one in the Dark Elf in in Neriak, I don't think she was terribly tough. It's just kind of making sure you get spawn. But it was Vessel Droslin in particular that was he's a toughie. I think he's a Shadow Knight, if I recall. I don't remember. But there's like nothing around there to really like charm and kill by yourself, other than the Iksar city guards, and they're very resistant to magic. So and you're so far away from everything else too. It being in Gabalus, it's hard to get other people in there too to help you out, and it's in the sewers. So just the location and the toughness of that mob is just makes him in particular kind of tricky. And then the time frame. So I was camping it. I was at work in office. This is pre-COVID. I would have I don't work there anymore, so I can tell the story. I'd be working, and I installed P99 on my work machine, and I would put it off in the corner, and then I would put a browser behind it, and I would make it look like I was watching a Twitch stream or something. And then nice. I would just sit there and just wait until it spawned, right? Because you're not doing it, you're just sitting there watching like an empty room, and so it's not a big deal. But I was getting up to go to get lunch, and everyone else was kind of gone and everything, and he spawned, and I'm right there in the middle of the day in at work, freaking out. Because I'm like, oh my god, he's right there. And none of my guild members were anywhere nearby. Like nobody was prepped for this, right? And so I was typing in chat, hoping people would show up for it. No guarantee anything would happen. I think obviously people showed up, but in the meantime, I was freaking out. And I was like, I'll grab one of these guards and I'll try and do it myself. I'm like, I was bound right there, so I could, if I died, I could just try again. And I died 5 times, just trying to do that by myself until people showed up. And some other guild was kind of rolling up on it too. So it was just really stressful
Yeah.
You know how I'm sure
And
you know how it is.
And that's the thing too. I wanted to say with P99, specifically P99, it's very, very contested. I think Robert had a similar story. Robert Engstrand, he had a time camping it as well, and it's very competitive. Like knowledge is power. People watch the respawn timers, and for sure on P99 especially, I've heard it's really difficult to get like epic mobs and raid mobs because everybody wants it. You know.
Yeah. I think to a certain degree that makes it really interesting. I think on P99 there are some of those that are just like it's almost impossible to get stuff if you're not in the right guild, which kind of is a bummer. Like the warrior epic, I think you have to get like one of the dragon scales from one of the dragons that like is super hard to get or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the details, but that's kind of what I understood. So, but the Enchanter one isn't too bad. I think it's just those two spawns and then some stuff from Plane of Hate and Plane of Fear, which you'd need. I think I did that with my guild, but you could probably do that stuff. Some people I've heard do some of that stuff solo or in pickup groups, so it's not too bad. But yeah, that Vessel Johnson was definitely the my craziest instance like that. But I got it, and it was cool to wind up getting my epic, and I was stoked about that.
That's awesome. Congrats. Congrats.
Well,
it's a really beautiful epic too. It's like that, the snake that kind of moves around. I always thought that was really cool about the EQ epics, and they're very, very unique for sure.
Yeah, that one's more subtle, but it's pretty neat. Doesn't have any glowy bits, but it's like animated.
Yeah.
Yeah. So cool.
Yeah, and actually, I just thought of it. It's got scales. It's very reptilian-like, and I know that's kind of your thing. So very interesting. Do you think that kind of pain, I guess, in EverQuest, like these long-spanning quests and journeys where you finally get your thing, is that part of the magic with games like EverQuest? Would you say, and to a larger extent, Vanguard?
Yeah, I think you remember that stuff more, right? That's the sort of philosophy behind the making you run everywhere, like having a vast world where you have to travel, or the corpse runs, like when it hurts, when you die, it makes you not want to die more so.
Absolutely.
Like it has more weight to it, as well as the struggle in retaining your stuff, regaining your items and things. Those are what the stories are built upon, right? There's that whole song from back in the day, that a lot of people I'm sure are familiar with, called "Have You Seen My Corpse?"
Oh yeah.
I wrote a whole song about that.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Do you think having experiences like that kind of permanently shaped your taste, even kind of maybe bleeding into your art a little bit? Once you live through something kind of memorable, difficult, do you think modern MMOs have a harder time sort of hitting the same? It seems like everything's kind of optimized now for accessibility and fun. Do you play any other MMOs actually?
I have played a lot of MMOs between the time of when I left EverQuest to up till P99 and I don't think anything after that actually. It was kind of like there's that whole era right after, kind of when people kind of moved on from EverQuest around like when WoW and Vanguard came out, people were kind of and EverQuest too. That was the sort of second generation of MMOs where people were kind of like moving on from the classics. And there was like a whole bunch of stuff that came out, and then I kind of tried a bunch of those, and then I kind of circled back to the classics with the emulators and things. So I've tried EverQuest 2, Vanguard, WoW. I played a lot of Rift. Rift was where I did a lot of my raiding. I did a lot of raiding in that one. Age of Conan, Guild Wars 2, Warhammer. I played a lot of the big ones that everyone's kind of heard or talked about. I've probably tried them at one point. So
yeah. Okay, cool. Do you have do you have like a favorite zone, dungeon, any kind of like visual memories, I guess, maybe from EverQuest or Vanguard that kind of still live in your head as an artist?
I don't know necessarily as an artist, but just as a person or a player. There are a lot of those zones. I was watching some of your other interviews and stuff, and Robert was talking about the Hole. That's a really great one. I love that's one of my favorite zones and dungeons. That's a fantastic zone. Old Seb is a good one.
Yeah.
I think I never got there are some of the classic ones like Unrest or Guck, which are cool and I appreciate, but I didn't spend a lot of time in those, and I don't have the same kind of fondness for them. But Crushbone's one. That's a big one for me, actually, because like I said, I had that halfling druid, and what's interesting is I don't like playing as a wood elf, or a dwarf or a high elf, but I really like that area. Like Fadewar is fantastic. I would always I would make my little halfling, go out into Misty Thicket. Misty Thicket is the best noob area, in my opinion, in the entire game. It's got a light, like it's a pretty big zone. It's got a lot of good range of stuff, and then it's got that wall. And beyond the wall, there's even higher level stuff. So you can stay in that zone until probably 20 or something if you really wanted to. But what I like to do is kind of run around and kill the bats and the snakes and everything until like 5 or 6, and then head over to Greater Fadark and do the Orc Hill, and then do Crushbone, and then Crushbone until whenever you're ready to leave. But Crushbone is really cool. It's got I like killing the orcs. The blue orcs are cool. Death Fist orcs have got a better outfit, not gonna lie, but the Crushbone orcs are pretty cool. They got a castle. That's really cool. I don't know. I just like that. I don't know, something about that. Maybe it's just because that's where I spent a lot of my time. I got the shiny brass shield and the screaming mace. Screaming mace quest and item was probably one of the first kind of memorable quests that I did. So that kind of stands out, I guess, probably just because of nostalgia. It's nothing too special, and the weapon isn't all amazing or anything. But I guess it's just I have a lot of nostalgia around that one in particular. I think it's really cool. So
yeah. Definitely. I like that area as well. That's a fun kind of leveling path for sure. And so how did you now what about Vanguard? Can you tell us a little bit about Vanguard? Because that's one that I totally missed out on. I was like deep into EverQuest when
Yeah.
it came out. And actually, I always heard kind of the stories. It was Brad McQuaid's full creative vision. It was very ambitious. It was almost like too ambitious for the time. A lot of like kind of technical issues, and it never really got a chance to shine. I feel like, of course, there's that one emulated server that a lot of people play on. I haven't checked it out yet. I've been kind of busy, but it is on my radar to eventually go back and play Vanguard. But I know almost nothing about it. So what was that like for you?
Yeah. Okay. So we're getting into Vanguard now. You might get me rambling for a bit. I can.
No, this is great.
I'm as far as as far as I know, I'm like the resident Vanguard nerd on the M&M team. So whenever we're brainstorming, talking about things, I'm always like, oh, Vanguard did this. This is a cool idea, like, or wouldn't it be cool if we did this thing, because Vanguard did something like that or whatever. So I think they're tired of me saying that, but there's a lot of cool stuff from that game. I think it's a gem. I will always say that it's a gem of a game. I think it definitely had a rough kind of development cycle, and it definitely impacted the overall outcome. But I played it. I think I got into one of the early, or not early, but like one of the late betas or something. I definitely remember kind of logging in kind of before. It must have been one of those kind of early start kind of try it out sort of things. But I was in there right when it was getting going. And I played it. I got a paladin to max level, and I even joined a guild, and we were going to do some raiding and stuff. So I tried a bunch of stuff. I was in there, but it wasn't. It was either my computer. My computer probably wasn't the best, but I don't think it was very optimized as well. So the performance was a huge problem for a lot of people, and I think that's kind of ultimately what kind of killed the game, or at least like really reduced the population, and it was kind of like hanging in there for a while. But I think the game itself is really amazing. It's just to kind of sell it to you a little bit here.
Yeah, sell it to me.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a fantasy world, and you can play as all these different races and all these different classes. It's very similar to EverQuest. It's in that regard. You have you make a character and you play one of the classes. I think the big difference is the class design. Like if you think of like EverQuest class design, and you're like, this is cool that like all these races or these classes have kind of a role, and you take that notch and you crank it up to 11 or something. I think all the classes in the game, they all have their role, and they're all really well tuned. Like I don't want to say perfect or anything, but like I think they're designed very focused in to be a kind of archetype. Like Paladin is very Paladin. They're a tank. They have healing abilities. They destroy undead. You feel like a Paladin. And it's cool. Like one of the things that they had with the Paladin was the different stances, and you could swap to them and they would enhance certain things. So you could be even tougher as a tank, or you could actually swap to be more of a healing kind of Paladin. You couldn't replace like a cleric or anything, but it just made your healing a little bit better. You could be like a backup healer or something. And all the other classes had their own thing. So there's some twists to stuff and some new classes like Blood Mage and Disciple were two new ones. They're both healers. The Blood Mage is kind of like a necromancer that instead of dealing like poison damage or whatever, or it's kind of into blood magic. So you steal health from an NPC and you give it to your party. So they're basically just blowing shit up and then healing everybody around them in like an AoE fashion. They're pretty cool. They're really powerful. It's a very interesting kind of twist on being a healer, because in a lot of games you're a cleric, which is a holy guy, or a shaman, which is like a mystic guy, or a druid is a nature guy. So the Blood Mage was an interesting addition as like a dark healer, you know.
It's very cool. Yeah.
And they had a lot of cool stuff. Like there's a lot more like nitty gritty things in there. Like you'd like harvest organs and you'd use those organs for different. Like the Necromancer actually, they would harvest organs and they would construct an abomination and they would enhance their pet. They didn't actually summon just a skeleton every time, like in EverQuest, for example, where you get like your level 4 skeleton. They have an abomination that you have to like find body parts for and put them on the guy, and it kind of does different stuff and gives him different abilities and makes him stronger in certain ways. So that was cool. The only thing is like they had a Saiyan, like they had an Enchanter, which it was called a Saiyan assist, which kind of leans more on like mental. It's similar to Enchanter where you're kind of messing with people's minds, but it was kind of it had a different flavor to it, and as an Enchanter lover, it felt different, and it was less on crowd control was kind of split around more people rather than condensing it onto an Enchanter like in EverQuest. So that was different, but yeah, I mean, so anyway, that's a long rambling answer to classes are cool in the game. And that was fun. But I think the biggest selling point for me personally is the world itself. Like the characters and the character models, they did that stuff a certain way for certain reasons. And I don't know how I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that. But the world and the way they built it was really interesting. So there's three. First of all, there's 3 continents in the world, and each continent has their own flavor. There's like a desert kind of continent, which is very Arabian themed, and you run into things like Ifriti or sand giants or scorpions, you know, and you're just in a very deserty place, and there's like a harbor city, like a port city. There's a lot of trade, and kind of the people you run into are kind of influenced by that sort of aesthetic. And then you can go over to the kind of the the medieval area, which is called Thestra. And that's all like elves and castles and, you know, like a more standard kind of fantasy vibe. You know, dragons and unicorns and all that shit, like forests and treants and things. And then there was the third one was like a collection of islands, which was more kind of Asian themed. So you basically you're getting kind of 3 different sort of vibes in the world as a whole. So you could kind of pick kind of what you like, and each one was supposed to have like you could just stay there the whole time. If you like desert areas, you can just be there and live in that world, or you can go to this other one and live in that world, or you can travel around, you know. So just in terms of like aesthetics and having variation, that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of established regions, right? But on top of that, the way they built the actual areas, I'm saying areas and not zones because there aren't really zones. They built the whole continent, and then they sliced it up into a big grid, and each little square is a zone. There's no like in EverQuest when you're passing through to a new zone, you know, it kind of funnels into like a little corridor.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's done intentionally to number one, so the player knows that you're transitioning to a new location, but it's also the reason like that tunnel kind of snakes into like a pattern is that you're obscuring what you see, so that when you're loading the next zone, you know, it destroys everything behind you and shows you everything in front, right? But when you're in a tunnel, you don't have to see all that stuff. So the way Vanguard did it was they got rid of all that. you're in a world, and then you pass through like an invisible kind of loading thing, and it just snaps you over. Like it's really quick.
Yeah.
So that because of that kind of, they call it chunking. Each square is like a chunk. So it's like you're loading in each chunk as you go around that area. I don't know if I'm explaining this very well, but
I got you. Yeah.
just imagine like a big grid, and you're kind of you're in the one little square at a time. And what was interesting about this is that because of they didn't have to build zones to kind of funnel into little caves and stuff, they could just build the whole thing out like how they wanted it to look. So just the vastness of the world was more out right there in your face. Like you felt like you were in a world more so than you're in like a little box with like tunnels on either end.
Yeah.
Like World of Warcraft, they kind of had that sort of that technology. It's like streaming technology. When you're running from one area to another, there's no loading screens, but you are loading stuff. It's just doing it kind of
In the
sneakily,
background.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they still box you into these zones with big walls, right? Like the Barrens. You can actually run into a zone wall in the Barrens or something like that, right? If you run in a direction far enough, you'll see mountains that you can't, bypass. At least in Classic.
Yeah.
It's probably different now. But in Vanguard, they didn't have any of that. I mean, there were mountains that you couldn't climb, but like that's not because they didn't want you to do it. It's because you couldn't climb. They added flying mounts, and you could actually just fly right across the whole thing. So I think that's kind of what World of Warcraft is now, if I'm not mistaken, where you can just kind of fly all around. That's basically what Vanguard was back then in 2007. So it was pretty cool back then. And I don't know. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's cool. I was just gonna say that's amazing. Like, yeah, I love the kind of these ambitious ideas and systems, and I kind of feel like the late, like kind of like the mid 2010s ish, like if that even makes any sense. But like, yeah, 2010 ish is when like a lot of these, I don't know, everything just seemed like it started to get more streamlined after that. I'm just kind of being a little nostalgic. I love these like grand systems that never really got a chance to kind of be fully realized, that are kind of coming back now. But anyway, please continue. Yeah.
I mean, that's essentially what Vanguard was, I guess, in that regard. It was kind of the first volley of trying something new in that way, and making the world feel larger. And that's essentially what I'm trying to describe to you, is that they built it differently because of that technology, and it's pretty cool. And actually, and just kind of having overworld stuff in design that way is cool. But the thing that I always love most about the game is the way they try to hide dungeons, and the way they did dungeons in general, because they don't have to have stuff kind of funnel into a kind of a little hidey hole to obscure the zone line or whatever, or do anything like that. They had dungeons just in the area, and they would hide them, like and just the way they did the entrances are all really interesting and really cool. Like and the scale of them at certain levels is astonishing too. Like I'll use Rift Seeker's Torrent as my example. It's like this huge dungeon that you can do at level 6. It's really big, and coming from like EverQuest at the time, you didn't really get a dungeon at level 6. You had to, maybe you could start going into Crushbone or something at that level with like a full group. but Crushbone is pretty small, right? Riftseeker's Torrent is like this huge underground library that you have to know a secret password to get into. And the way you kind of go into it's like in the it's near the halfling and the human town. There's just like this kind of cave. If you roam around enough, you'll see this big cave, right? It doesn't look like much. If you go down into the cave, it ends. It's a dead end. And there's just like this kind of statue portal looking thing or something. It's like a statue with some particle effects or something. And you can't do anything with it. You're like, what the heck? This is lame. But if you hang around long enough, an NPC will kind of run down to the portal, and he'll speak a password, and then he'll disappear.
Oh,
and you're like, oh,
that's
so
clever.
if then you, as the player, speak that same password, it'll teleport you into the dungeon as well. And then now you're in a totally different area because you were in a lame ass cave before. Now you're in like this beautifully crafted stone underground, like library looking thing, like long passages. And there's like 3 wings or something. And then there's like mobs everywhere and stuff. And if you kind of roam around there's more portals further in. And if you speak the password again, it'll teleport you to yet another location. There's 3, it just keeps going. And the cool lore about this is that, like, because if you run around in there, sorry to spoil this for anybody who hasn't played it or doesn't know.
That's all good.
If you run around in there enough, you'll find yourself in these weird looking places. And what's actually happening is these are interdimensional teleportation devices that you're using. And this is a cult that is like doing some weird shit. So it's like, because when you take some of the portals further down, you end up in this other area with the skybox is like all red, and there's like spines and stuff coming out of the rocks, and there's like demons and stuff. So you're very clearly in a different place, in a different kind of planet or dimension or something. And I just think like the amount of work that they put into that, and it's like you go there at level 6. It's just crazy to me. And that's not just like an edge case scenario. Like all the dungeons are like that. There's another one by the barbarians in the desert region. Like there's this beached ship. You're like, oh, that's cool, a ship on the beach. And you go down there, there's like a bunch of zombies, like zombie sailors or something. And there's like a hole in the side of the boat. And you go in there, you can go inside the boat and kill all the zombies in there and stuff. And if you look around enough, there's another hole in the wall that actually leads down. And you go into like this deep, it's like the ship hit like the top of a temple of some demonic thing. So it actually cracks the top of that, and you can go inside and work your way down this tower of like demonic energy and stuff. And like that's another huge one as well. And it's just like, dude, this is just like a shipwreck on the desert of the noob area. Like you wouldn't expect that. It's just the amount of like when the game shows itself to you.
Yeah.
Every time you're like, oh my God, there's more than I thought. Like, oh my God, that's like so cool. Like the world is just it hides itself, but when it shows itself, you're just impressed with the expanse of it in almost every case. So that's kind of where I got my that's why I love the game, is because it's you have to kind of look around and then you kind of see what's there, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, I love it. I mean, what seems like, hey, look, it's just like a little thing on the beach. Let's go take a look. It could be like a days-long adventure or hours-long, like sort of detour.
Yeah.
Did the races in Vanguard have kind of like innate abilities? Kind of like anything special, like Remember how like what is it, like blood elves in World of Warcraft could they could like steal life, and they had like a magic thing, and or some races can see better in the dark.
Mhm.
Iksar were scaly, so they had more armor, regeneration, etc. Did they have anything like that in Vanguard?
Yeah.
The races.
I think it's similar. I think the races had their own kind of starting stats and stuff, as you might expect. But in terms of abilities and stuff, I think they all had their own thing too. I don't remember what all of them were. I think I made
Yeah.
I made one of the desert human races. Um, I remember their thing being like it was like a mem wipe. They had a mem wipe racial on like a
Hmm.
really long cooldown or something. Um, and uh the dwarves had like stone stance, and
Yeah.
the cat race, they had a cat race.
Oh,
They have a
cool.
really cool, their lore is really cool. They're basically interdimensional demon hunters. And they have like symbiotes or something. So their thing is like calling forth the symbiote to like protect them, and it just makes them like, it enhances their attack speed and strength and all that stuff or something. I forget the
Yeah.
details, but they
That's
had
very
like,
interesting.
everyone had some cool stuff like that.
Yeah. Were there a lot of quests in Vanguard? I know like EverQuest is notoriously known for not having a lot of quests, but were there quests or kind of epic quests or stuff like that?
Yeah.
No.
So that was actually one. I'm not a huge quester personally. I coming from the EverQuest days, I enjoy just kind of chilling and grinding on.
Yeah, I prefer just
Like,
grinding it out myself. Yeah.
yeah. But like Vanguard was like kind of the second generation MMO, right? So they were actually they kind of did sort of what WoW did, and you kind of progressed primarily through doing quests and stuff. So it was very quest hub kind of generated. So you do quest, basically go quest hub to quest hub, which um it's not my favorite personally. That's that's one thing that I don't totally care for. There are some quest hubs that are pretty cool though. When you kind of get into this, like if it's a region that has kind of a plot to it that you can kind of get invested into, and you kind of doing like step 1, step 2, step 3 of that quest chain, and you're kind of advancing the plot and learning more about that region, that's actually more interesting. There are a couple places like that that I do enjoy, but when it's just like, yeah, go kill some bats or something,
Yeah.
it's like that's not
Uh,
compelling.
I I feel you. Yeah. I want to say too, there's something so meditative about just kind of repeating the same motion over and over again. And like I see that a lot in Monsters and Memories, for example. You're just kind of, or yeah, like even EverQuest, your camp is like basically this little social hub. You have your set role and everybody's just doing it. You're just kind of going through this motion over and over again, and it's the same, but yet somehow it's just different. Like it's a really beautiful thing, and I'm glad that that's coming back. Yeah, I'm not a huge quester. Yeah, like kill 5 bats and then take this here. It just seems so tedious sometimes. You feel like you're constantly reading and just being herded along to the next thing. And anyway,
Yeah, I'm not. I don't read a lot of the quests and stuff, so it's like you should. I would venture a guess that there's a lot of people out there that are similar in that hey, you have to do something. Just tell me what I need to do. I'll go do the thing, and you give me the experience.
yeah,
And I don't know that I feel like that. I think I think quests are cool, um, but I think they should be worth doing. Uh, because then you can actually get invested in whatever the story is, and then it's more memorable because there are actually quests in Vanguard that I remember vaguely, but like the kind of the you understand the story of it, um, and
yeah,
that's pretty cool because
yeah.
then that's informing you of the world around you as well, right? And I think that's kind of sort of the purpose of quests as well, and to some degree. Uh, but yeah.
Yeah. What are there any kind of like interesting systems in Vanguard that I guess you would kind of like to see more explored of? I suppose if I don't know if I'm wording that correctly, but is there like stuff in Vanguard that I guess shouldn't be forgotten? Like anything cool they tried to do that kind of games moved away from, or maybe part of why you like it so much? If you had to choose between EverQuest and Vanguard, would you? You seem like you're very passionate about
Yeah.
about
You
Vanguard.
know, there's some days where I'm like, I think to myself, do I like is Vanguard my favorite game over EverQuest? Like they're both really up there, right?
Yeah.
Um, because there's EverQuest has a strong foundation. Um, and Vanguard has a similar foundation, obviously coming from the same Brad McQuaid. Um, but there are things like it's a world that is fun to be in as well. But in terms of like systems that are cool, I think so. They're the they kind of, let me see, how can I word this right? Um, they kind of categorize things you do like as like spheres, right? So like when you go out and you kill monsters and you level up as like um as a paladin or something, you're adventuring. That is the adventure sphere. So you'd, you know, the whole ecosphere of that, what it takes to be an adventurer and stuff. You need to build mobs, you need to build from a developer standpoint, you need to build mobs and areas to kill stuff and weapons and armor and players and the classes and class abilities and all that stuff. That's all that goes into, you know, players playing as an adventurer. And then you have crafting. Um, so it's okay, you need to build the crafts, right? There's woodworking, there's, you know, stone masonry or whatever, blacksmithing, all that stuff. You need to level up that stuff. You need to level up, or you need to build all the stuff that people can make, and then you need to construct the harvesting system and how they get all the materials to make all that stuff, and that whole thing. And so that's the crafting sphere. You can just be a crafter if you wanted to. You don't have to do adventuring. Um, like they honed in so with such great detail on crafting by itself that you can be a level 1 paladin and a level 60 crafter, and there are things for you to do in that game just like that. And the thing that I like about Vanguard, one of my favorite things about the game as well is they added because in a lot of games that's all you get. You can kill stuff, you can craft stuff. That's it. Or harvest things, I guess, but that's kind of in that sphere. But they added a third one in Vanguard called diplomacy. And what that is it's a whole other way to play the game, completely isolated from those other two spheres. And you kind of go around and you talk to NPCs, and you're kind of like you're a yapper, right? You talk to them, and they have like diplomacy quests. You help this guy, you know, navigate some problem he's having or whatever, and you know, you get stuff. There's actually diplomacy equipment that you can wear. You get a whole outfit of being a diplomat, and you just, you know, run around and do that stuff. And the way you kind of, this whole thing plays out and you interact with that is it's like a card game. You go talk to an NPC and it opens a new menu which has like a deck of, like, you have a deck of cards and you place the cards down, and that kind of progresses the conversation that you're having with the NPC. And with each kind of move, it progresses, or it doesn't progress. Like you have to actually you kind of have to beat the guy at the card game to continue the conversation. So you can actually be there's people you can't talk to because you don't know how to talk to them. You don't have you don't have the skill.
Oh, interesting.
So you actually have to level up your diplomacy to do the stuff, right? To do the content. And that whole thing is really cool. I think it was an area of the game that wasn't totally fleshed out. I think they could have done, like, if they had the time and the resources to do it, then it could have been much greater than it was. But the card game portion of it by itself is just kind of really chill. I just kind of like doing it. You could go to a tavern and just kind of like play the card game with folks, right? And for me, as someone who I'm primarily like an adventurer, but some days I don't feel like killing 20 orcs. And I definitely don't feel like crafting 20 swords. So, you know, when you're in that position, you're like, okay, well, what do I do? In most games, there's nothing else to do. But in Vanguard, you could go and play the card game, just kind of chill. You know, you're after work, you're just like, I just want to relax. It was a really like when you get into it, describing it doesn't do it justice, because you have to actually do it to because the sound effects that it has and just kind of the way it flows is just really, you really vibe with it. And regardless of anything else, it's just fun to do that. Like, regardless of the outcome, it's just very enjoyable. Just the process of doing that. So, but it's cool that there's some content out there, and as well, like one of the kind of major pillars of that diplomacy system was they're called town buffs. And basically what that means is when you enter into a city that has the buffs activated, everybody in that zone or in that city gets like a bunch of buffs. Like you can and they're really good buffs too. Like you can get like haste or mana regen or health regen or something like from these buffs. And those are kind of triggered by players activating those in that city. So the way it would work is diplomats would go into the city and they would talk to certain NPCs enough times to raise faction of that. They're called levers. It raises the lever for that faction, and when it hits a certain threshold, it activates the buff. So whenever you're in town, anybody in that town, they get that buff. It's kind of similar to if you're familiar with in World of Warcraft, when people killed the dragon and they put the dragon head on that stick, it would generate a buff for everybody in town. It's kind of like that.
Okay, cool.
So and depending on what faction you raised it in, you got a different buff. You could get buffs for adventuring, you could get buffs for diplomacy, you could get buffs for crafting. So if you have like your guild crafters in like Elf Town, you could activate the crafting buff in Elf Town, and then that would make them better crafters. Or if you're about to go do a raid, you could go to what people actually wound up doing was they would, before a raid, they would activate all the adventure buffs in a bunch of different towns, and the whole raid would run to different towns, get all the buffs, and then they would go kill the dragon. Because it like you could collect a bunch of different ones from different locations, and they, like I said, they were worth doing. So they would stack with all the regular like adventuring buffs as well. So you could just walk into like a raid situation just totally fucking decked out. So
that's cool.
It's pretty cool.
Were raids kind of open world, or was there instanced? Was there like huge raids? Like, you know how I think World of Warcraft used to be like 40 something. I think EverQuest was like 72. Was it like massive raids like that from what you can remember?
Yeah, they were pretty big. But back when I was doing it, we had a large group. I think initially they just had like world bosses. Like there would be a giant that would roam around in a zone or in an area, and then you'd kind of track him down and kill him when he's there. Those were kind of like introductory stuff. They weren't too tough, too crazy. At a certain point in the game's lifespan, they actually released an entire raid zone called Ancient Port Warehouse, and that was a whole zone by itself that you would load into. It wasn't instanced. It was a regular open zone that everyone could be in, but it was extremely vast. And you just kind of go in there and kind of clean house or get your clock cleaned, depending on what guild you were in.
Yeah.
I remember you kind of it was kind of a more modern raiding situation in that regard, because it's a zone and you progress through stages systematically, right? Compared to EverQuest, where there's like Nagy's at the bottom of one zone and then Vox is at the bottom of another zone. Ancient Port Warehouse was just all raid, you know? And I remember my guilds at the time, we were progressing through and we got stuck on like the second dude or something. It's like this Shadow Knight dude who'd he had a lot of health stealing ability and stuff. So you had to really you had to have a lot of damage, I guess, to get past them. So it was a much more modern raiding experience. So
Yeah.
I think at the time, for me personally, performance was a big issue. So I wasn't really able to participate much, and I kind of stopped playing the game around that time too, because I was like, I don't know, I kind of ran out of stuff I wanted to do, and there were a lot of other games coming out around that time. So, you know,
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I hear you. And I love that. I'm just thinking as you're describing that, I really miss the days when like raids felt like you kind of had to fight your way in a place and kind of fight through it. There was like trash mobs, so to say. Like it was just, there was a lot more to it than just the raid boss, you know.
Yeah.
So I really like that.
I think it's an interesting thing, and for Eminem, I don't know what our situation with rating is going to be, but at least my feeling is that like I'm actually a pretty grumpy old man about a lot of things when we're kind of deciding on, or we're discussing things. I feel like I genuinely have a pretty disgruntled old man, like, this is how we did it and I want to do it this way kind of thing. But when it comes to like rating things, I feel like I'm a little more progressive, because I did a lot, like I said, I did a lot of my rating experience is actually from Rift. And that's actually a lot like Vanguard's original rating zone. And then you load into the zone and then you kind of progress through. I think I kind of like that to a certain degree, where the bosses are isolated and they're basically puzzles that you have to solve.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that interesting. I kind of like that. But I also do like the classic, you know, dragon at the bottom of a dungeon thing. I feel like I think it would be cool to have both in a perfect world, I guess.
Yeah.
I think there's room for both, I think, in the game. But I don't know where we're gonna land. So
Yeah, no, absolutely, and yeah, you're right. I mean, from a lore perspective, it could very well be, you know, maybe some dragon is like deep down in something, and it's like the biggest, baddest thing there. So that's the reason why it's there. Or yet, maybe it could be like raiding a castle where, you know, there's different knights and commanders and like different people of different ranks. Then you get to the king, or, you know, whatever. So it just kind of makes sense that way. I wanted to ask, did you ever play Final Fantasy 14 online by any chance?
I always get the Final Fantasies mixed up. Which one is that, the old MMO one?
Yeah, so actually it's really interesting. Final Fantasy 11 was the MMO one, and then Final Fantasy 14 was like kind of a newer MMO that they released later.
Gotcha.
But the reason I bring it up is they had kind of their own raid series that's kind of like this self-contained story. But I think
Mhm.
for me as a player, like one cool thing that I like is just seeing like other well-equipped players, or I like the idea of just like a massive force kind of organizing outside of a place, or maybe even I'm sure there's games that have done this, but I like the idea of maybe like, me with my guild, we're inside, we're fighting our way to this thing, and then but you and your guild are also there, and it's kind of like, some competition instead
Kind of
of
a
like,
race. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, like, but anyway, just some random thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
it,
that's actually a whole thing in P99 is they're called races. Where you're literally racing to tag the dragon or whatever first.
yeah.
And there's actually I'm only hearing about this like secondhand. I don't know all the details because like I said, I didn't do a ton of rating, but I've heard of that there's actually a start line that people wait on, and then they actually run to tag the dragon first, and whoever gets first to engage gets to kill the
Oh,
dragon. Like
interesting.
that's an actual thing.
Wow.
So I think that is a whole thing that people enjoy. It's I think that's for those that are into that. I think that's a thing that is cool, and you know, uh, I think that
Yeah.
I think it'd be interesting to have like different kind of flavors of rating if that's something that is added in,
Yeah.
just in a game in general, I guess. Not even M&M, just a game like uh, because people play, at this point, people play games differently, right? And I think it would be interesting to have, and even if you don't actually like, just having options or things having kind of flavors and stuff is kind of interesting. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just to this was my lizard kind of Iksar section before we segue into your sort of kind of like origin story as an artist. But were you gonna finish a thought there? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that was it. That was just kind of reflecting on just rating, which is not something I'm terribly knowledgeable on. So, but it's interesting to kind of think about.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm kind of with you. I do kind of fall into like a grumpy old man kind of a thing with some stuff that I used to like as well. So I can definitely relate there. Um, but so like regarding like Iksar and kind of reptilian races and stuff, it just seems like that's kind of like well known in the community that you're really about that. Where did that sort of come from? Your fascination with like reptiles, lizards, that kind of a thing, and just like Iksar specifically. Um, is that from like having pets, or just like you saw them out in nature or like in games? Like what is it that kind of appeals to you about sort of like reptilian overlords, I suppose?
Well, it just kind of probably comes from Iksar. I think they're just an interesting option to play as, like, just generally when you have some kind of race that isn't just another elf or human or something. I'm just one of those people who surprisingly, this is something that I didn't learn about until I joined M&M team. There's I think the human is generally the most popular race. And to me, as someone who finds that like playing it as a human the least interesting option, I was surprised. I was like, "Oh, okay." Because in my mind, it's like, why would you play as a human when you could be like a cool like lizard guy or a cat person, or
Yeah,
you
I
know,
suppose
like
I'm a human fan, but yeah, if a lizard is there, I'm definitely
I
picking it.
no shade or anything.
No
Like
worries.
it's totally fine if like everyone has their flavor, right? But for me, like I like playing something different, I guess. Like Like
Yeah,
I
actually,
generally
do you
go
know
for
what?
halfling.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but actually, not to speak on your behalf, but like as an artist, I'm sure that would be kind of like frustrating when you put in all this like design work to make some like really badass, cool looking race, and then someone just plays like a bald human, just it's yeah. Anyway, sorry, it's just a random thought there.
Well, no, it's fine. Like I said, everyone has their flavor. We have all the options for people to choose what works best for them. Um, I think just from my perspective, though, I was just taken aback by the fact that humans were so popular because, um, yeah, again, it's just like, well, yeah, you're in this fantasy world. Why wouldn't you play a fantasy creature or character or something? But I mean,
Yeah.
I think I kind of the more I think about it, I would venture a guess that there's a lot of people that kind of have an established character, maybe from a D&D game or something, some other kind of foundation where they're pulling in, or maybe they're just kind of projecting themselves into that world. And picking a human makes the most sense in that case, which I totally understand as well, because even I have like I gravitate towards kind of established characters that I've built up over my kind of gaming career, right?
Mhm.
Um, like my halfling druid, I like my halfling druid, and I like him a certain way, um, and which is also why I like lizard dudes because uh, one of my characters, my enchanter, even in P99, I stayed in Iksar illusion so consistently that people uh, just accepted me as an Iksar enchanter.
I love that. I love that. That's the beautiful thing about EverQuest, is just like those stories. Yeah.
Yeah. What was it? What was the original little question though? It was
Oh,
like why
sorry.
why
Yeah, like what is it about just sort of lizard race that kind of appeals to you? And actually to further that, because I'm just kind of going down my list here, but what do you think made the Iksar so iconic visually? Because even now they still feel kind of distinct, where like a lot of MMO races just kind of generic, I think, maybe for lack of a better term, but there's something so special about Ixar. I don't know if maybe it was like the time when it all came out or whatnot.
yeah. I think this is actually probably more of a artistic thing, just that appeals to me because I could point to um that like the head shape, the way that their head is modeled is kind of a boxy sort of tapered shape. It's very specific, and that is something that I don't know. It's just appealing to me. Um, and the animations, and having a tail is kind of cool.
Yeah,
Like their run animation and their casting animations, they're all just it's kind of the whole kind of package of what they are is very I don't know, just kind of just appeals to me greatly. Um, and that's kind of I mean that's kind of it
yeah,
really. Um, I didn't have any I didn't have any lizard pets or anything. And I'm not drawing anything from uh childhood or anything like that. Um, but yeah, I don't know. They're just interesting. Yeah.
yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, and I always thought that was cool too, because compared to the other races in Norath, I mean, the way even like their swimming animation, if you were a monk, like the roundhouse kick, and just like the thing with the tail, like the animation, it's very cool. It's very interesting, and none of the other races were like that. I feel like. Um,
Yeah. I mean, generally speaking, I think lizard like if you kind of extend it to other games or universes and stuff like Mortal Kombat having like Reptile, he's pretty cool. But
yeah,
they do it in different there's different iterations of it where he's more or less an actual lizard. I think there's in like Soul Calibur or one of the other fighting games, there's like a lizard guy as well. Um, and like the bad guy from uh, Spider-Man, the lizard guy. Um, they're those are cool characters. I think there's a lot of variation in how people do lizard races, but I think I do tend to prefer a kind of a particular take, which is definitely founded in like kind of Iksar aesthetics. Even when they updated the Iksar model in Luclin, they totally changed the face, and that killed me.
Dude, I'm so glad you said something, because I'm just not a fan of the Luclin models. I love the classic ones.
I will go on record saying that I think the Luclin models are not that bad, largely. I think the models themselves, I think there's a lot of improvement. There's a lot of cool things. I think the armor kind of being more modeled out and stuff is actually kind of cool. I liked especially the plate. I'm actually kind of a big fan of the updated Erudite model, and especially when they're in plate mail. But I think it's the animations that felt kind of stiff, and that definitely impacts how they feel. So that definitely hurt people's perception of the models. That being said, there are certain ones like Iksar that change dramatically, and probably not for the better. But yeah, I don't know. I think it was definitely according to what Sean has said, and him kind of talking about that whole process from actually being there. It sounded like the person who did it, who made those models, was under a very small time constraint. And I think he modeled and animated them, which it sounded like he wasn't, the animation wasn't really in his wheelhouse.
Okay.
Perhaps.
Interesting.
I don't know all the details. I obviously wasn't there, but I think there's a certain amount of kind of understanding of why certain things are a bit rough, maybe because of how they were made, I guess. But
yeah, no, that's true. That's a very fair point. That's very I didn't think about that. And actually, as you were saying that, the timeline of how quickly they pushed out expansions and stuff in EverQuest was amazing. Like, some of that content was made in just 8 or 9 months, and it's just amazing how they were able to ship stuff. So yeah.
One of the unfortunate things about that transition, because in that expansion, that was Luclin, right? The Luclin models, they introduced horses as well.
Yeah.
And they built the new models to fit on those horses. They did not do any kind of retroactive fitting of old models onto the horses. So if you didn't like your new Iksar, but you wanted to ride a horse, you had decisions to make. You had to either be like I think you just kind of sat inside the horse or something like that on the old models. So that was rough. So
this is not going to be a very popular opinion, but I've never been into mounts that much. I'm not sure how you personally feel about it, because I just like the idea, druids can buff you with Spirit of Wolf or whatever, or you can, you kind of rely on each other. I don't like the idea of a mount. I prefer running everywhere, but that's just personal. And I definitely don't like flying mounts, but that makes sense actually from a design perspective now with the newer models. Okay.
I think when it comes to mounts, I definitely appreciate, obviously coming from EverQuest background, I appreciate life without them, and kind of the tools and the camaraderie or community that comes along with that sort of thing. But on the other hand, I think mounts definitely look cool. And especially in Vanguard, and as well, we kind of brought this into M&M, mounts having equipment. Because I don't know if you noticed or not, but our mounts have, you have to give it you get the mount, you get the horse or the donkey, and that's all you get. You can't ride it without buying you have to go buy a saddle separately. You put it on the
Mm-hmm.
horse, and then you can ride the horse. You can also buy the armor. You can put the armor on the horse. You can buy saddlebags. You put the saddlebag on the horse, and then he's got inventory. You can put stuff inside the horse and inside that.
That's awesome.
And even the donkey. The donkey actually, we take it even further. There's actually a pack. We call it a cargo pack. You put on the donkey, and that sits on the saddle, and you can't ride the donkey now, but you get like way more space.
Oh, interesting.
So he's kind of like a walking banker kind of thing.
I love that. Yeah.
I think what we're doing with them is interesting. I think if you were to say, like, if you think of mounts in kind of how World of Warcraft did it, or even in a lot of the more fancy stuff in Vanguard, they kind of ditched some of the. At a certain point, Vanguard ditched kind of making mounts have stuff like that, where you just kind of collect mounts and you click a button and he poofs and you're on top of like the horse or whatever, and it's just like a device to make you move faster, and that's where it ends. It's just like flavor that you. I think there's a little bit of I'm not trying to shit on World of Warcraft or anything, but like I think there is kind of a whole thing of they're like Pokemon almost, where you collect them just for kind of style points and stuff. I don't know, that's I guess that's fun. There's nothing wrong with that, but I think it's more interesting when they do stuff, I guess,
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that we have more plans with ours. I think it's going to be interesting. You got to feed it too, by the way.
Yeah,
the horse or the donkey.
I really love that. I love that idea. It's actually a useful kind of pack animal, which is what they kind of are in reality, and also just kind of like the quirky fun, kind of like you have the gnome riding like the wolf or the dog like thing, or you have like literally a donkey. It's not like this like perfect breed of a steed that's like amazing, it's like it's just very kind of grounded, I guess, to me, if I were think of a word there. Yeah, it has its uses for sure, and I love that because inventory can be a bit of a challenge.
I think that's that's intentional, right? Because that is I think the way Sean has put it before is these are all like kind of things that you have to overcome. It's not, in terms of character progression, it's not just I'm level 2, I used to be level 1. That's progression. There's also like, more inventory space, more like light sources, and other stuff like that, and crafting or whatever else. There's like a whole bunch of avenues that you can make yourself a better character.
Yeah, I love it. I can't wait. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, just one last question, I guess, regarding just kind of reptilians like lizards, just because I had this in my section here as I was thinking today. But do you think modern MMOs in general have gotten kind of less bold with sort of non-human races? It just kind of feels like everything's more like, like I'm on the green team and you're on the orange team, and like you're here and I'm here, and pretty much just like starting location almost, maybe like slightly different shades of whatever skin color, and that's it. But as far as just like interesting features and horns and different stuff, like do you think modern MMOs have gotten less bold with that kind of thing?
Yeah, I actually have I have a technical answer here for that. And if you look at like this would be one of the kind of the negatives that Vanguard did. I'm using Vanguard again as an example. All their characters are basically a human body of different sizes. It's like the same human body that they just made different sizes, and then they stuck like a different head on top. So like even the cat guys, it's a human body with a cat head on top. And they even got they had like they have a dog race too. They have a dog and a fox race, and they used to have tails. I think they got rid of them actually at some point in the development. But the reason they do that is because if all the bodies are the same, like built the same, even if you shrink them down, that can use the same rig, it can use the same animations, and that saves you a lot of time. Um, it also makes like putting armor and stuff on, because everything is the same, and you just make one thing and you stick it on when you're like modeling out armor, for example. So I think a lot of, I wouldn't be surprised if and I think and you're right. I think there's a lot of in modern games they're cutting down on the amount of time that they invest into like vast racial, shape changes or whatever, because they're trying to save time on rigging and animation and building armor and stuff, because that is a huge time sink in development. And that's why, like, again, that's why Vanguard did it, and other games have done it. The difference, what's interesting about EverQuest and why their characters are so different from one another is that those don't share all those traits. They don't even share the same armor, right? Like that's exactly why if you have a leather chest piece, you on like a dark elf, it looks a certain way. You give it to someone else and they put it on and it looks totally different, but it's the same piece of armor. It's because it's loading on a different model that has different textures, because they didn't even like UV them the same way. So it's like, it's a totally different thing. So yeah, that's kind of why.
Wow.
And I guess the reason is just time. Because these games, modern games, they're putting so much effort into fidelity and stuff. Like that's kind of the cost of things, I think. Because when you look at a new game that's coming out and they have put out their trailer, and it's like this amazing, like realistic kind of graphic fidelity level. That took a lot of time to do all that. They don't have forever to make a game, because gamers are impatient, right? I want to play this game now. Which I don't, I'm one of those too, right? Like, but you gotta do something somewhere. It's been we've actually, for M&M, we have done a little bit of both, and I'm seeing there are there's a I don't want to say, there's a kind of a catch to everything, right? Like if you want a lot of different races, and you want, like in the Vanguard instance, where you want a bunch of different races, but you don't want to spend a bunch of time making all that stuff and animating all that stuff. You make one, and then you kind of put a different head on it or something. That's one approach. The other approach is kind of what EverQuest did, where they're a lot more unique races. You spend more time on each one individually, and they come out, much more different from one another, but you spend more time on each individual one, like different animations. Like think of like how they even kind of still share some stuff. Like I think maybe halflings, dwarves, and gnomes probably have this similar, if not identical, run to some degree. All the medium-sized races, they probably have the same run, and then ogres and actually trolls have a different one from ogres, so even those are different. But I mean, that's more time, right? Someone had to make troll run and ogre run. Those are two separate things. That's a separate task. But kind of what we're trying to do in Monsters and Memories is kind of combining those two things, where we're going to make like each model kind of pretty unique. The way Goblin concepted them, they're all strong silhouettes to look very kind of unique amongst themselves. So we modeled those, and then we tried our best to use the same rig on stuff, like and And that's actually what we had been doing for a while, where we actually went as far as I think for runs and stuff, they probably did some more custom stuff. But there's a lot of like, we tried to share a lot of animations across everybody. Like if you're wondering why, like when you're chopping wood or you're gathering, off a mining node, or you're playing some of the bard animations, they're a little bit wonky, is because those are like, that's the human animation on a troll or an ogre or something, and the placement's kind of weird because he's got a different structure to him. So it's been a challenge to kind of merge those two, and as well when it comes to armor as well for us, we UV'd all of the player models on the same layout, so they all can wear the same exact chest piece, and it works pretty well. But there are kind of areas where if we could change it to relieve some stress, that would be good, but we can't because everything has to be the same. So it's been a challenge trying to merge those two, but we're kind of there's pros and cons, right? So there's no wrong way. It's just kind of studios kind of deciding what they want to prioritize, pretty much. So that's the technical answer too.
Yeah, absolutely. That is so fascinating. Awesome. All right. So the next section here is just kind of want to focus on sort of your origins as an artist, kind of personal creative development. So at what point did you realize you wanted to make sort of make worlds and characters, not just sort of play video games, but just actually create stuff as well?
Well, I mean, I've always been an artist. Like gaming and art have always been kind of two kind of pillars of my identity, I guess. So it wasn't until like I mentioned before, I tried to do the artist path because I always knew I wanted to be an artist. Like that wasn't a question. That was just trying to figure out how to make that as a career. Like what career path do I have open for myself? And I tried a couple things, like the ceramics and then webcomic, and then I just kind of figured out I could merge sculpting into digital sculpting and do that for gaming. So it's just kind of a progression of figuring that out. Just kind of a natural progression, really, of those two.
Okay, awesome. And whenever you play games now, like as an artist, do you often like stop and think like, how did they do it? And I wonder how they did this animation, or how the sculpting was done, or can you just kind of turn your brain off and just kind of enjoy a game, or are you always just kind of curious?
I think if I notice something like then it kind of takes me out. Like it doesn't totally take me out, but I just kind of notice, and I think about it, I guess. But for the most part, I'm able to kind of just enjoy stuff, But like when like if I see a seam line on a texture or something, or some other kind of clipping or something, like a mesh kind of penetrating through another mesh, or cloth stuff doing weird things, I notice those sorts of kind of issues. But I kind of understand them. Like I kind of understand how they remained in the game now, more so, because before, I remember when I was playing Rift, I had in lieu of like a lizard race, I play like a bald guy, a bald human or something, with like a darker skin tone. And I'm like, okay, my lizard guy, he's just pretending to be a human right now. Like that's my like headcanon. Because I think from like Stargate, or there was like some movie or show or something where lizard dudes were like, they, oh, maybe it was Fifth Element. Those like those dudes, the what I forget what they're called, but they transformed into like the black dude. I don't
Yeah,
know. So I
it's
just kind
been
of
a while.
adopted that. Well, it's one of they're like side characters or something. They're like mercenaries that can transform, I guess. And I just kind of adopted that headcanon. Whenever I can't play a lizard, I'm like a bald human or something. So anyway, in Rift, I was one of those, right? And I noticed that there's like a big seam line down the back of his head. I'm like, oh man, how did they let this in? Like this is like really like right in my face. Like it's
Yeah.
I have to wear a helmet all the time now. But kind of being in the trenches now, like I'm like, oh, okay, I understand. It's really you can't get rid of all seams. It's a really actually a tricky thing to completely get rid of, especially under time constraints and things. So stuff like that, I guess, is kind of takes me out, I guess, but it's not the end of the world, right? It's not a big deal, but no.
I hear you. That's awesome. I use the term in the trenches quite a bit myself. But well, one of the things too, just kind of thinking out loud as a gamer, I always see sometimes in games you have like these like elf ears or something, but then the helmet just goes right over it, and the elf ears are just kind of sticking out.
Yeah,
I think that's a fun one.
Oh well, I'm a big stickler for clipping stuff, like stuff kind of clipping through other things, and I've kind of given up trying to like solve that because I still I do my best, but
Yeah,
uh, like in that example, like helmets, like ears clipping through helmets.
yeah, that's a
I
tough one.
actually, yeah, I spent time because for our helmets, I have to actually make each helmet individual for each head because everyone's head. That's kind of the thing with like races being different shapes is when you have a piece of geometry like a helmet that needs to sit on top, you can't just make one and it will work for all. You have to actually shape it to fit the head, right?
Hmm.
So for like our elves and our goblins, I spent extra time cutting out little ear holes for all their helmets, and I was like, yeah, I
Yeah,
got this. And then in game, you don't even notice. Like you can't even tell that I made any holes in the helmets. So I'm like, why did I do this? This is such a waste of time. So now I'm just like, okay, no more. We're just gonna have them poke through now. So like, I totally get it now. I'm just like,
no, it's awesome.
it's still, it's like there are certain things that are like you can kind of deal with. There's other things like it still kind of bugs me when there's stuff that sticks through other things. Like I still try to do what I can to like prevent like worst case scenario, but there are situations that are just always going to be the case. Like uh, if you have a backpack and you have a ponytail, those two things are always going to kind of intersect, and just not like that's kind of up to the player to turn on their backpack off, I guess. There's only so much you can do, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, very interesting. Very interesting. Um, and then so like on the Monsters and Memories team page, it just kind of mentions that you were already making 3D characters sort of in your free time before you joined the team. So what kind of things were you making back then? I saw some really cool stuff on your Instagram. But
Yeah, I could. I don't know if you've seen my. Let me see if I can find my portfolio. I was basically just working on my portfolio because I was trying to get into the game industry. So I was just working on, um, just portfolio pieces. I
mhm,
did. I did do like I like doing like EverQuest fan art type stuff. So I did do I made a little Froglok guy and I made a little troll guy. And I had intentions of like building out a little scene for them in Guck and kind of like making some beauty shots of them fighting each other or something. So I may or may not still do that at some point. But yeah, it's just stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of what if I were to take like EverQuest characters and like build them in the kind of the modern game art fidelity level, like what would they look like? And so that's just what I was doing. Nothing fancy.
No, it's beautiful. I love the Froglok. I got a question with that a little bit later on, but and so what about like sculpting personally? I know you mentioned in your younger days you were very interested in being a sculptor, and you had the whole kind of setup in your mom's garage, but you could have done, there's obviously different things. Is it just kind of like more making stuff with your hands, or like sort of why sculpting in particular?
Yeah, it's like just sculpting in clay, just traditional kind of still figures. Like I never really got into making pottery, just more like sculpture, and it's very, a lot of it is transitions into digital pretty well. It's just a different tool. As for why, I don't know. That's just what I like to do. I like looking at 3D things,
There's just certain things that appeal to your soul, and it's difficult to explain why. Sometimes things just really resonate. I get that.
Yeah. I can't think of a reason other than that's what I'm into, I guess.
Okay, beautiful. Sorry, my cat is over here trying to destroy my plant. I have all my plants locked away because my cats like to destroy them. Anyways,
what's your cat's name, by the way?
So this cat here is called Howard, the gray one. A name, actually, it's oh my gosh, it's such a funny, embarrassing story. But I got Howard when she was a kitten, and I couldn't really tell, is it a boy, is it a girl? I don't know. And I was like in this huge H.P. Lovecraft phase at the time, Howard Phillips Lovecraft, my favorite horror writer of all time. So I named her Howard, and the name just kind of stuck. So
that's funny. I like giving pets like human names like that.
Like a dignified human name.
Yeah, at some point, I hope to get a dog, and I would like to have some human name cooked up for him. That'd be fun.
That would be cool, or maybe like some kind of Ashira lore name. That's kind of fun. But yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely.
That's cool.
What kind of dog would you get?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm not knowledgeable enough to have decided on a breed. I think I probably need something that is equal parts couch potato and going for a walk reasonably, because I have a very couch potato lifestyle, but I also have a desire to be less of a potato shaped person. So my hope is that getting a dog would encourage that behavior, but also still not just, I can't get like a husky or something that's got a crazy amount of energy, because I couldn't keep up with that either. So
yeah,
yeah,
I hear you. No, beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so that's what made you get into sculpting. And so what do you enjoy most about creating a character or a creature? Silhouette, anatomy, gear, posture, expression, mood. I just kind of wrote some random stuff. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think just kind of sculpting the sculpting phase and doing the anatomy and the kind of the initial construction of it is the most interesting. It's the most fun, I guess, because that's just where you have the most possibilities and the most. You're only constrained by, I guess, what you're trying to make. But other than that, it's just pure art, right? Because with when it comes to this digital stuff and making stuff for games, there's a lot of technical steps involved as well, and those are not as fun. I think if you ask anybody if they like UVing, the percentage of people who will say yes they like UVing is very small. It's not something people generally like to do. I don't mind it so much. Zach seems to be into it as well. So I guess we're the two weirdos, but I think most people don't like that. So
oh, interesting. Can you what's it called? UVing? Is that
yeah.
What what is that term? I'm not familiar. I don't think.
Okay, so if you this is actually UVing is one of the things I get asked the most about on my stream, to the point where I'm probably gonna make a tutorial or something about it.
Okay, yeah.
It's very it can get very complicated, but at the kind of the base of it, it's basically you have a 3D model, and if you've ever seen the wireframe of a 3D model, you'll see it's got all these lines everywhere. At the intersection of all those lines, there are the actual vertice points, and those are actually the coordinates of the mesh. So when you have a texture that you want to put on the mesh so that it has, if you're making like an elf, you need to have the eyeballs and the mouth and all that stuff in the right spot. Mm-hmm. You need to tell the texture needs to know what coordinates to put those pixels at. It's so a UV map is basically a map. It's a map for the texture to put those pixels on the right place. That's kind of at the base level of it. That's kind of what it is. So you're assigning the coordinates of all the parts on the body that they line up on the texture, so everything kind of looks how it's supposed to look, basically.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's probably something that requires some visual aids or something to explain, but that's kind of what it is. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. No, I'm kind of following. I do a little work with CAD and stuff sometimes, not to that level, but I'm familiar with like coordinate systems and whatnot. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. So, okay. And then whenever you look at fantasy art and kind of creature design, is there something that kind of, or what makes something feel memorable to you?
That's a good question. I don't know if I have a good answer or any answer, honestly. I think that's, I don't know. I don't know how to put into words. I think the only thing I can come up with is like either nostalgia. Like if you think back to like, because when you ask that question, I think of like old fantasy paintings or D&D paintings and stuff that I kind of grew up like looking at. And I mean, those stand out because kind of that's what I grew up with, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know if I could be able to describe intelligently why they stand out though. I'm not really I'm not really a super fine artist. Like I'm sure Goblin or Zach would probably be able to describe in words kind of better. Break down like a painting or something and why it has strong things. I'm kind of a vibe guy.
Yeah, you just have to feel it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's
not a good answer, but yeah.
No, it's very beautiful. It's all about feeling. I can understand.
I mean, I know there are actual reasons, and you could break stuff down. I don't have I don't know that I could do it kind of so abstractly. I just think like old fantasy art's cool, and depending on what artist you're looking at, or what piece you're looking at, it's got a different reason for that. Whether it's like the colors or the shapes or lighting or something. I think if you were to say what about like EverQuest models and stuff kind of stand out, it's definitely high, like the saturation of the colors, and because they have such a low poly count for stuff, everything is very blocky, and that creates really striking kind of shapes for everything. Like the silhouette of an orc is like, if I asked you to draw the silhouette of an orc from EverQuest, you could probably get a lot of it, right? Just from memory, not even looking at anything, because it's basically a big rectangle with arms and legs. So, and that's yeah, maybe that's a better answer.
Yeah. No, I love it. And actually, just going to what you said about fantasy covers and stuff, that's kind of the feeling that I get with Monsters and Memories, like those kind of 1980s, like 1990s kind of like fantasy, like Keith Parkinson art kind of a thing. I love that kind of stuff. Just a random thought there.
Well, yeah, that's totally intentional too, though, because that's what we look at as when we're like, what do we want our game, what do we want our vibe to be like? We point to that stuff because that's our inspiration, and it's like, what are we pulling out of that and putting into our stuff to kind of get that same vibe. That's a lot of that is kind of more in the realm of Goblin stuff because he does, the illustrations and the concepts and everything. But in terms of modeling, it's, that's the reason why our stuff is so low poly, and you see kind of the breaks in the shape changes and stuff, is because we're intentionally, sometimes we smooth stuff out, but a lot of the time we're trying to keep it where you see the shape of stuff. That's kind of where that term "make it chunky" came from.
Yes, because I was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
That is like like something we say to remind ourselves as we're making stuff, not to go too far, too high poly or something. It's kind of like a motto or something to make sure we're kind of staying on track of what we're trying to hit. So,
yeah, I love it. I love it. Do you have an opinion on just kind of modern fantasy games and sort of what they get wrong visually, like from an artist's point of view, like any kind of like blatant errors or kind of did you have an opinion there of what modern fantasy games get wrong when they try to kind of nail down a certain vibe?
I don't know that I've played enough like modern fantasy games. I haven't played a ton lately or anything. But based on what I've seen through streams or YouTubes or just people talking about stuff, there's kind of the whole complaint that everything kind of looks the same. There's a kind of a sort of homogenization of kind of a bunch of games looking kind of the same, and I think some of it is kind of due to or it may be due to, I don't know for certain, but I would, if I were to guess, it could be related to trying to speed up production and cutting away that extra time that is spent making custom stuff for everything. Like when we were talking about characters sharing the same animations, you have to have the same body type generally. So if a lot of games are all trying to cut down time in the animation side of things, you end up with a lot of people. And honestly, like if because Unity and Unreal are two of the big game engines that are used by a lot of different games, right? And if people are building like assets and selling those assets, a on a marketplace for a lot of people to use, everyone's getting the same looking stuff as well, or the same animations or stuff like that. So I think it's sort of it may be sort of just kind of how the games are being made. It's just a byproduct of that, I think. Like just stuff being kind of samey. I'm not saying that's the case everywhere, or if I'm even right, but I think it sounds like when people kind of are excited about what Eminem is doing, some of it is because we're willing to spend more time on certain things, I guess, that maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we, I don't know. Like the whole project is, it's a big passion project for everyone, and we kind of spend time on things that maybe a normal company wouldn't let you do. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's why it's so beautiful and unique. And then just final note on that kind of point is, do you think that something gets lost when games become kind of too sleek, too polished, too realistic, or too over designed? I think I have a blurb in here about kind of art direction versus graphics. It seems like a lot of companies kind of chase the most like super realistic, like high fidelity stuff, but as far, I guess, from like a 3D art perspective, do you think something gets lost?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when a game is too high fidelity, it feels like, because it kind of feels like there's always sort of a finite amount of time you can spend on something. And I know when you have a team, you have a bunch of different people working on different departments simultaneously, but I kind of get a certain vibe sometimes when I look at a game that's of a certain level of polish, like art, like visually, that like, oh, this looks nice, but it feels empty. Like they spent more time on how it looks than filling out the world and making it feel like a world. Um, I think like when you spend too much time on a certain thing, I guess maybe you aren't doing the other stuff that needs to be done, I guess. But yeah.
Okay.
Because there was a game that came out. I feel like this has happened multiple times actually, and this could just be my inner grumpy old man, and maybe I'm full of shit. But sometimes when I see like a new game put out their trailer, and everyone's going like, "Oh my god, this game looks so great," and I look at it and I'm like, "Oh, I can tell this is going to be not a fun game." I don't know.
Wow.
Maybe it's just me.
Interesting. Yeah. Um, okay, and so before we get a little more deeper into Monsters and Memories, just sort of like as an artist, what are some of your biggest kind of visual influences overall? Do you have any like kind of other games? I know you mentioned PlayStation 1, but do you have like any other artists, sort of books, movies, anime, anything?
Um, I honestly, I'm a huge EverQuest nerd, so that's a huge influence on me. There are other things that I enjoy, like I really like the Spyro games, and the Crash Bandicoot games. Those are like from the PlayStation 1 era.
Yeah.
I played a lot of other like computer games, computer RPGs, like kind of before and around EverQuest. Like I actually still have Neverwinter Nights poster on my wall there. Um,
Nice.
but I mean those are just kind of like games like games and things that um I played and I kind of have a memory of, but I don't know if it influences art or anything for me. Maybe just in the fact that I gravitate towards fantasy stuff, and like when I'm making any kind of like if I were to go and make uh, a piece of art for myself, and I didn't make yet another EverQuest fan art piece, like it'd still probably be something fantasy based or something. So yeah, I don't know if there's any one thing in particular, anything in terms of art though.
Okay. Beautiful. Very, very interesting. And yeah, EverQuest is my baseline as well. But I did notice.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Go
Can I
ahead.
ask you a question actually?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that what you just said actually is interesting. I think for me, and maybe it sounds like for you, EverQuest is like the foundational fantasy, like it's fantasy foundation, right? Everyone's kind of got one. Whether it's EverQuest, some people it's like D&D, some people maybe Lord of the Rings or something. Other people like World of Warcraft, right? And that's kind of like that sets your expectation for other fantasy worlds. Like if I were to ask you, like, what's a druid? You would probably go, well, in EverQuest, a druid is a healing priest that can turn into a wolf. But maybe like in like someone who came from World of Warcraft or D&D, it could be a different answer.
Yeah,
And I think
exactly.
that's interesting. Is your foundation EverQuest as well, would you say?
It absolutely is EverQuest. Unlike some of the other people, like, I didn't have a whole lot growing up, I suppose, but what I did have, I just basically took that and ran with it. So EverQuest was like a huge part of my life. Yeah, I feel like I just always kind of come back to EverQuest. I didn't really branch out and play a bunch of other stuff, to be honest with you. I was just kind of like head down EverQuest as all this other stuff was coming out. I did play World of Warcraft, of course, like everybody else, like it's like the big one, but it didn't really like resonate to that level. I can't tell you like all these amazing World of Warcraft memories and stuff. For me, it's just always EverQuest. Yeah, absolutely. And I still to this day like the classes, the races, and yeah, like how druids are, for example, like you said, their spell lines, the way like the spell effects are, the sounds, everything is just amazing. Whereas I guess
Yeah.
you could argue, like you said, depending on who you ask, that class has kind of evolved. Now I think they're more kind of like shapeshifters and stuff like that, which I mean I guess in
Yeah.
EverQuest, yeah, but
Even if you were to say a wizard, like because this is something that even comes up in M&M, like uh the the it's been said that like they're going for like a Gandalf wizard kind of vibe with the class, right? And
mhm.
so he's got a sword, and there's all this other stuff, and I guess I think that's interesting because it's probably coming from a different foundation. Because for me, like the EverQuest wizard is a guy who kind of sits back, like and just kind of accumulates mana and then just like blasts something like right before, like just kind of finishes off something so it doesn't run away or something like that. And I think
Yeah.
that's kind of cool. Um,
Yeah.
but it's different from like what like even when I watch Lord of the Rings, I'm like, Gandalf ain't no wizard. He ain't got no fireballs or nothing. But it's just different. And even like Game of Thrones, it's like a different found. Like it's very interesting. And I think I like that about the different fantasy worlds. But I think when it comes to like in terms of telling a story, like watching Lord of the Rings or watching Game of Thrones or reading a book or whatever, I think when you're um uh uh what's the word, you're an observer, you're
Mhm.
just kind of going with stuff, and I feel like at least for me it's easier to accept the differences. But when it comes to a game and you're actively participating as that role, uh, I find it much harder. It's a harder sell when things are different. um like if you were to play like the druid in Vanguard is very, very different. It's not a priest class at all.
Mm.
It has some healing, but it's basically more of a wizard that focuses on nature magic. So they're actually a damage dealing intelligence class, which is kind of crazy.
Interesting.
They
They're not wisdom.
No. Well, I actually don't remember. They might be wisdom.
Oh, okay.
But they wear robes. Anyway.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just an interesting. Sorry to deviate, but
no. That's very cool. Now you got me thinking, and yeah, you could argue Gandalf is kind of druidic, I suppose. More so than like blasting fireballs and stuff. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I wasn't trying to insinuate that Gandalf specifically was a druid, but he's just definitely not. You don't see him sitting around and then stand up and like throw a fireball and then sit back down.
Yeah. No,
he's actually more of a spellblade or something. Really, I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Were you gonna ask me something else?
No, that was it. That was the end of my sidebar. Sorry.
No,
I just thought it was an interesting kind of thing to ask about.
Yeah. Now, for me, for sure, EverQuest is always my baseline. I know there's like a big crowd. What I really like about Monsters and Memories, I always say this a lot, is like people are coming into it from all different, like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 11, whatever. And there's kind of a bit of a lot of the EQ players are like, oh man, this is like EverQuest, or that's like EverQuest. Wow. And like, I don't know, maybe there's some sentiment like, oh no, it's not just EverQuest. It's,
Yeah, that's actually...
there's a big rivalry there, I feel like.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing that I feel like we have to kind of contend with for Monsters and Memories, because we're getting a lot of people from all these different places that have different foundations, like World of Warcraft players or Final Fantasy players or Dark Age of Camelot, Ultima, all those things. Like a lot of people are kind of finding their way, and it's becomes a thing where we have to kind of navigate the feedback that we get, because and this is kind of less so fantasy and more so gameplay, I guess, but people have feedback that is coming from a place where their foundation is different than kind of, I guess, what ours might be, or where we're going. So it's been an interesting thing to just kind of navigate, I guess.
To navigate, as you said. Yeah. My good friend Classic EverQuest made a really good point, and it still kind of sticks in my head when he describes the classes as you could basically say like the casters in Monsters and Memories are very similar to EverQuest, whereas like the melee classes are more similar to World of Warcraft. I think that's very fair, but I imagine it's kind of hard to pivot, if you're kind of doing something for many years. And yeah, it's but it's interesting, and I always say it's going to be a lot bigger than I think people realize. So it's exciting. Yeah, it's
that's an interesting kind of recap of the classes. Be interesting. We'll yeah, it'll be interesting to see where things land at the end of the day. But
yeah,
it kind of makes sense though that the melee guys get more stuff to do, because that's kind of been the progression of, or the evolution of kind of the way you play some of those classes in these games. It would probably be too much to ask of people to go back to just being an auto attack warrior or something. And honestly, like exactly. Vanguard, even Vanguard pushed stuff, right? Vanguard and World of Warcraft, both of them, that was second generation. They gave melee classes a bunch of different stuff. And there's interesting things that you can do with them. Like it actually makes sense. So
yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, you're right. And you pretty much nailed it. A warrior, for example, in EverQuest was kind of rough in those early days. It was basically just, like an auto attacking, like high HP, with 2 or 3 buttons, and that's it. But, and yeah, maybe this isn't the place to have that discussion, but just like as someone who plays a rogue, for example, I have I mean, I'm more of like a cheerleader for the game. I'm just happy you guys do it however you do it. I'm just excited. I don't want my ideas in the game, or I don't want to go into the kitchen and kind of like tell you how to do the recipe. You know what I mean? But as a rogue though, I think like, yeah, it's interesting, like the evolution of rogues now are more like kind of, you can do crowd control, there's a bunch of utility, and like I hear, and I know like stuff is always being rebalanced, and there's stuff in the works where, you know, like this version of the classes is not going to be, you know, obviously there's always going to be tuning and stuff like that, but I don't like the idea of like a CC type rogue, and now people are saying, oh, they can pull and do different stuff. I mean, I like being able to do a bunch of different stuff, but I trust more like bards and, you know, rangers and stuff, maybe to pull more, but just kind of my personal take. I'm working on something behind the scenes, kind of my thoughts videos, my thoughts regarding rogues, just from my experience so far. But yeah, I don't want to.
No, yeah, that makes sense. And I because we both have the same foundation, I agree with you. I feel like there are certain certain classes that have a kind of a role that we're kind of used to them fulfilling. And I've noticed that, I've seen that too, that with like Vanish and Sap and stuff, that rogues have kind of emerged in the current iteration as being strong pullers and like split pullers even. And to me, I find that very strange. Because you think of a rogue as kind of maybe a scout, maybe they go on ahead and scout, but they can't engage, or they stay back at camp and they're just damage dealers or something. Like I feel like they should have some role. Like, I mean, I don't know how DPS players feel about this, because I'm not a DPS. I don't consider myself a DPS player. I would imagine though that just being straight DPS may not be what everybody wants. I think some people do actually want that. But at least for a rogue, I would imagine them having some kind of capacity beyond just DPS in some way would be welcomed. But I think going as far as them emerging as a puller that is, you know, the Vanish is basically a feign death or something. I think like it's just a mem wipe. So that's kind of that seems pretty extreme to me. So, but yeah, but that's why I say I'm interested to see where things lay, because you know, stuff is still in the works. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how it all gets fleshed out and kind of balanced. I need to get on the forums more and kind of read. I know a lot of people have a lot of thoughtful posts and discussions and whatnot, but anyway, yeah, thank you for your perspective with that. I wanted to ask just a really quick blurb here before we like take a harder segue into Monsters and Memories. But I noticed like on your Instagram you had a Froglok that had like Saiyan armor, which I think is really cool. That's like the perfect kind of like armor that you can have, and I just really love that. That's actually one of my favorite things that you've done. And I wanted to ask like what kind of inspired that piece, and are you into? Well, okay, I don't want to throw too much at you, but yeah, so. What inspired that piece there? Are you a Dragon Ball fan?
I am, yeah. I mean, so I know you have a question on there about do I like anime and all that stuff. And I will say that I'm not a huge anime person. I think the extent of my anime exposure is actually limited to I don't know if you are familiar with Toonami at all. But back in the day on Cartoon Network, there was like the prime time like section that they actually called Toonami. And they would play like Dragon Ball Z and like Outlaw Star was on there, and Big O. I think Big O, maybe that was later in the day.
I have a memory of playing EverQuest and just like watching that late at night when my family was sleeping. Yeah, like that's for me it's kind of synonymous with EverQuest and just kind of grinding growing up.
That's your musical mixtape. For me, it's the musicals.
Yeah.
That's funny. I would that would be an interesting question if you asked like people, like you made that kind of one of your standard questions, like in addition to like in addition to EverQuest, what other memories kind of surround that? Because I
Yeah.
bet everyone has like some kind of music or TV that they had in the background or
Oh,
something.
interesting.
That'd be
Yeah.
interesting.
I'll add that to my list. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm kind of getting better as I go. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, I kind of I got into like watching Dragon Ball Z and that stuff as like as kind of after school stuff, but kind of beyond that, not a whole lot of stuff. Maybe I would just include the Miyazaki films. Um, but that's kind of it, really. So not a big thing. And so the Froglok just has that armor because I was kind of goofing around, you know.
Yeah,
It's a very iconic armor set and it's very easy to draw. So I was just
it
like, yeah,
is.
this makes sense. So
Yeah, it is. I actually have this like kind of jersey collection and shirt collection. I have this like Saiyan armor kind of a thing, but I'm too self-conscious to wear it. I'm not exactly like a jacked like Saiyan dude, you know, but it is kind of cool. I like that the armor can kind of conform to the the shape of the person. You have like giant people who wear it, like really small people, and it's supposed to be this really durable kind of armor that the Saiyans developed. So it's kind of interesting.
yeah.
Anyway, it looks really cool on the Froglok. I like how too like Froglocks are being explored even more so nowadays. They're a playable race, and I like the idea of like these races that aren't all powerful, that are kind of could possibly come. Like I know Goblin has like a concept art of like a maybe like a mandrake kind of root person, and there's like a rat race and lizard race, like that kind of stuff is just really interesting to me. Anyway, sorry to
Yeah,
throw all that out
those
there.
mandrakes will make it in at some point, I'm sure. They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
I had a thought that they would make very good antagonists for the halflings, because if the halfling, because I don't know how familiar you are with halflings in EverQuest specifically. They had this whole thing about like the jum fruit or
Yeah.
whatever. It was like
Uh-huh.
they grew it and they made all sorts of things, I guess, with the jum. And being a halfling player, it was kind of I just noticed that and it was kind of a thing. And I was like, oh, what if like these mandrakes were kind of like the jum of, but they're sentient jums. And so like these halflings are trying to like cultivate and like make food out of these things, and
That
they're
would be
like rising
amazing.
up. I don't know. That's all. I'm not saying that's going to be in. I'm just that's my thought. That's a cool idea that I pitched to the team. And so when we get to the halfling area, maybe not. We'll see.
Yeah.
But
No, I
it's a
love
cool
it.
idea.
I love it whenever things kind of make sense for what they are. And I know that like Mandrake, I think historically has this like, it kind of looks like a man. And it's like this ancient, like weird, like root thing that, nobody knows much about. And it's kind of resembles a person. And then halflings in Monsters and Memories, I was kind of like diving into the lore, which is, I'm a huge lore nerd as well. That kind of is something that it makes the world feel more alive and stuff. Obviously you got to have
Yeah.
good lore, and halflings are kind of one of those older races that have this deep inherent memory, so I'm kind of interested to see where all that could go. So yeah, absolutely, I think that's a wonderful idea. um,
Yeah.
and so whenever you joined the Monsters and Memories team, like what was that like for you? Kind of how did that happen? What made you want to be a part of it? For me, like I remember, like, so not all of the members of the team are kind of like public facing, but I just remember you're like the second person I think I saw besides a loving robot, Sean. So you're basically one of the OGs in my eyes. But yeah, so what made you kind of join the team? How did that all happen?
Yeah. So let's see. Um, so I was, like I said, like I've mentioned before, I was working at some other company. where I was apparently goofing off and camping mobs for my epic. And I would
That's amazing.
go home. Yeah, I mean, it was a good job. It was actually another kind of chill. It was like a startup in Silicon Valley, and they're really chill. And then it kind of progresses as companies get more successful, they become more corporate, right? And so eventually I get to a point where I was like not feeling it anymore. And I mean, I've always been looking to get into the game industry, right? Because that's what I wanted to do when I figured out what I wanted to do. I'd always just been kind of working on my portfolio on my free time. And I like making EverQuest fan art stuff, so I was doing that. And so I built up kind of some stuff on my portfolio that was kind of geared towards that, and I was also kind of involved in some of the emulator projects and stuff, such as Lantern EQ, and I was also helping out on the Vanguard emulator at one point.
Oh, wow.
And then I started watching Sean's interviews with the former developers. And I heard about them, and then I was kind of like, cool, whatever. I ain't got time for no podcast. But then he had Jeff Butler on. And Jeff Butler is one of the folks. He had Jeff and his wife, which I'm forgetting her name at the moment.
I believe
they were
Michelle.
both on Michelle Butler. You're right. Yes, they were on the Vanguard. They were on the Vanguard team, like back in the day. And being a big Vanguard nerd, I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch this one. And then so I watched that one. That one was good. That was cool. And I kind of, that kind of got me into checking out some of the other ones. And I watched a bunch of those, and then I heard that they started on the Project N thing, and I was like, cool, good for them. I'd been part of other MMO projects from people just kind of like, oh, dude, wouldn't it be cool if we made our own game, kind of thing, and they always kind of like went nowhere. So I was like, I wasn't gonna get into it initially, because you never know. But it wasn't. And then I caught one of the streams or the videos or something where they actually had all the pill guys. They had the game running, and it was actually functioning. And I was like, oh, okay, they kind of know what they're doing. I'll pay attention now. So I kind of started getting more into it. Right, it was like a gradual thing for me, and I was getting really interested. And they put out a call for artists, like a character artist and environment. I think it was probably environment and character, because or just character, because Pattis was kind of already there when I started. But I was like, at the time I was pouring a lot of my time into the Vanguard stuff, but it was all like scripting or working on the wiki or something. And I was like, first of all, this is not art. Second of all, there's no path to this becoming a career for me. So it's just like it's a hobby. And I didn't want to, I wasn't in a position in my life where I felt comfortable pouring so much time into a hobby, of that type. Like, because I wanted to get into the game industry. I had to either work on my portfolio or, just stay at the job I was at forever and work on a fun project that wasn't going to really go anywhere. So I decided that my time was better spent kind of shifting and helping out with this and doing art, because maybe maybe it'll go somewhere, maybe it won't. Even if it doesn't, I'll have worked on art that I can put on my portfolio, and then segue that into something else. That's kind of more in line with what I was looking for. So I answered the job listing. I sent Sean a message. I showed him my portfolio and said I'm interested, and he told me to go make some stuff. So I made the bat, the snake, and the rat. And those are the ones that are in game right now. I made those. That's how I got on the team. And it's kind of, the rest is history from there. Like I just kept doing it, because it's what I want to do, right? So just kept making stuff. Keep trucking. And here we are.
Wow. That is absolutely beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing. Man, you just reminded me of something. I'm so embarrassed to actually, I kind of forgot all about this, but this was many years ago. I'm in a totally different field, by the way, and I apologize. I'm kind of ignorant to like the technical side of like the art stuff. So, but man, at one point I saw that, I don't know if it was Sean, because I've been following the game, and you guys posted of like, hey, we need like a 3D artist, and preferably you have to have experience with Cascador or whatever the software is. So I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a look at this. I downloaded it, and I was like, oh yeah. But then I just I am in a totally different field, so I was just kind of in over my head there. But yeah. Anyway,
Okay.
that's really beautiful. That's amazing.
Well,
Yeah.
what's interesting is there's been, well, our team is kind of unique in that we've pulled on people kind of to do things that are sort of outside of their field, I guess I would say.
Yeah.
Like Simon, he's one of the environment artists, but his day job is being a lawyer. So he's sitting in this fancy
That's
lawyer's
badass.
office, corner office. People think he's out there doing important legal stuff, and he's just like making rocks and stuff.
Dude, I love that.
There's it's pretty funny. He's an awesome dude. Yeah, you should have him on too. He's cool.
Yeah, that would be great. You know what? I take back everything I just said. The dream is still alive. Maybe
time.
I'll go for it.
You just got to apply yourself. That's I mean, there's a number of people who like if you get Nicodemus on and you ask him what his story is, it was kind of he got denied actually initially. He wrote up like some quest or something, and he wasn't picked initially, but I think the reason him and other folks got on the team is they didn't stop at that first no. They kept going because they weren't doing it. They were doing it for the love of the game, not or like to get on the team directly. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like they like even I don't know if I should be. It's probably not a big deal to drop names, right? Chinny D. He was working on like he started just working on like the halfling area just for fun. He was like, I just want to learn. I just want to try it, and he just kept plugging away at it and asking questions, and we pulled him on the team, and now he's doing like environment stuff for us.
That's awesome. So, that's amazing. Yeah, all really cool dudes, and yeah, I will say Nicodemus is kind of my. Yeah, we vibe really well. We're not. I'm working in a similar field as him, and I can kind of relate. Yeah, he's a really cool guy.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's great how everything kind of all came together, and wow. Okay, I'm just kind of going down my list here. And you, I think we kind of really landed on this, but what is Monsters and Memories trying to preserve visually? I kind of feel like that, the fantasy covers. Later on here, I have a blurb about the 3 Ps, but I want to save that. But yeah, so what do you think Monsters and Memories is trying to preserve visually?
It were kind of what I had mentioned sort of earlier about like those old fantasy paintings being kind of an inspiration for us for those sorts of things. We're targeting like nostalgia, I guess you could say, very strongly, right? Like and not in a kind of a to trick people kind of way. It's because that's what we like, right? We're from that era, I guess, of growing up with that stuff. That's what we like. That's what we're hearkening back to. So when we make decisions that are intentionally homages and stuff to those sorts of things, or doing things a certain way that like even as far as kind of hand streaming hand why can't I say that word, hand string just kind of holding ourselves back in a certain way by like building stuff in a certain way. Like one example of that would be the environment guys. They would model like a lot of the environments using one of the tools in Unity called Pro Builder, and it's kind of I don't have a ton of experience with it myself, but it looks like it's a bit of a pain in the butt to work with. It's sort of more rudimentary than just doing stuff straight in like Blender or something, or a modern modeling program. But the result, because of those constraints, it gives us a result that kind of emulates or looks more closer to kind of what we're shooting for, with like lower poly things and blocky shapes and those sorts of things. And even for character stuff, what I like to do is to crack open ZBrush and model some really cool high poly thing, but like, and I've tried to do that here and there, but it doesn't make sense because the end result is such a low poly thing that it's better actually to just start from and just kind of cut out ZBrush from the workflow and just model it, and then with blocks or something. So just kind of because the result is specific, we're specifically retro, right? We sometimes make things in a different way as well.
Beautiful.
I don't know if that answers the question though, but
that's really beautiful. While you're thinking a little more, because I guess this kind of rolls into my next question too. It's just a lot of people from the outside, they look at the game and just say, it looks old school. And I think they confuse like graphics with art style, and I've kind of tried to explain before, but like graphics are kind of more technical fidelity, whereas art style is like the visual soul of the world. So when you think about Monsters and Memories, sort of what's the team trying to do visually, and what's kind of the intention behind the look? Because we talked about it, but when I first discovered the project, I was just really struck by the nostalgic kind of fantasy book covers. And just further too, not to make this like too layered, but I'm a huge Robert E. Howard fan, who's kind of known for like swords and magic. He's kind of friends with H.P. Lovecraft. So this kind of like horror he created Conan the Barbarian, I guess, is like the easy way to just kind of throw that out there. I'm sure maybe you guys from the team are familiar, but yeah, what's the intention kind of behind the look? Do you have any insight you could glean there? I didn't mean to interrupt you while you were going to make a point.
No, it's okay. I think it would still be the same thing. Like the intention is to create a fantasy world that is believable, but kind of harkening back to retro elements, which is why things are so blocky and low poly at times. But we're not trying to make it look totally dated as well. Like while we have the low poly models, we're putting like high quality textures on those low poly models. So it's a bit of a mix. Like it's like a old but new kind of thing where
Yeah.
you feel like you both do and don't feel like you're playing an old game, but you do and don't feel like you're playing a new game. Like it's a new game, but it's an old I don't know if that makes.
It makes perfect sense. I've described it that way too. Like it feels old but kind of new at the same time. And I gotta say the textures are just incredible. Because I play a lot of EverQuest, and obviously the game has shown its age. But like Monsters and Memories is incredible. I mean, I spent some time like at the Elf City. You could just see the grass, and it looks like there's depth to it, and like all the little chain links on the armors and stuff. It's incredible.
Yeah, like it's those sorts of things that set it apart, right? Because like I said, we have the models are chunky and low poly and stuff. That's the old vibe. But when we slap on like textures where you can see the individual chain links, or the draw distance is such that you can see someone across the zone, like running like across a bridge or something. That's the new elements, because that's something that those old games couldn't do. It's trying to take one of those old games and pull it forward and applying new tech to it without changing like kind of what's built there, I guess. It's yeah, I don't know if that's if that makes sense or not, but that's kind of adding elements or technology. Like we have cloth physics on the capes and the robes and stuff, and like all sorts of stuff like that. We have like emissive materials and like more advanced modern materials. Can't think of anything right now but they're coming. The gelatinous cube is probably gonna have some, and like the water is a good example of that actually. Like you have like this low poly tree next to like this really high fidelity wave system or something, and it kind of works together pretty well. So that's kind of our thing.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Just a random thought. You don't have to tell me at all, please. I'm not. But Goblin told me he had this idea for like this crazy monster he had in the he would have liked in the game, but he's not sure if it's gonna make it in. But yeah, it's just really cool. So you mention chunkifying stuff, so to give them that classic look. What does that actually look like for you and kind of in practice? How do you sort of preserve that blocky, kind of readability? And is there a balance between kind of doing like too much versus like too little? Like, what's your kind of approach, I guess, when it comes to chunkifying something?
Yeah, so it's part of the concept design phase of stuff. Because Goblin goes and makes like these illustrations and things, and he's obviously not constrained by poly count on a 2D illustration, so he can do curves and stuff how he wants to and stuff. And then when we're talking about what elements of that design are important, or we're kind of just discussing it and getting it ready to transition to 3D stuff. We talk about like kind of like the silhouette. What's the silhouette of this going to be? And sometimes we actually draw out the silhouette in 2D, so we just have that as a reference. And then it's kind of like trying to take the design that he has and simplifying it down to as simple shapes that make sense, that still kind of hit that mark. And then we can go and make that stuff, because obviously we're trying to hit, we have a certain style that's a certain fidelity level. So that stuff is important. And we kind of need to like talk about that stuff and figure it out. Because there are instances where stuff has been too high poly, and it's looked too smooth in certain areas, and we've kind of pulled back on that. There are actually certain areas where I've actually added stuff to smooth it out, just kind of strategically. Like an example of this is on the ogre stomach, like their belly is really round, because I added like a couple more edges in there just to kind of round it out more. Just because I wanted that to be a little bit rounder, because when something they're very large. This is also another thing too. This is important. The size of the creature also plays into how much fidelity it gets. So an example here would be like the sand giant. I don't know if you've seen any of those up close or not, but they're so large that it would look kind of weird if they, excuse me, if they were too low poly at their size. You'd notice it more, but because they are larger, they get some more edges here and there. We actually modeled out the toes on them, whereas everybody else in the game, they just have blocks for feet. The sand giants actually have toes, individual toes modeled out, and we're able to get away with that because they're so large. It would look kind of weird if everybody did that. And one of the models that's upcoming, the fairy, we're going to be doing that soon. That's actually going to be very small. And so because it's so small, we're actually going to take away edges. It's going to be kind of even lower poly than some of the other stuff that we have. So that's just kind of an example of to keep things consistent across the board in terms of like kind of perceivable fidelity level. We kind of change it depending on the size of the thing too. So I've forgotten the original question now, but
okay. No, very, very interesting. That is, I didn't think about like, the size of the giants versus something small like a fairy, which is going to be very exciting. By the way, I've seen some of the concept art and it's really cool. Oh, I was just asking, like, is there a fine line between chunkifying it like too much or too little?
Well, I guess that kind of sort of answers it then, because there kind of is, because there are points where we pull back on it, but it's not a hard and fast rule. It's kind of to be honest, like the whole poly count thing it's not a technical restriction that we have. So it's that we don't have like a hard, like there are certain games where they optimize, like mobile games in particular they have to optimize their game really, really well to fit on your phone. So they have like hard limits to how high poly something can be. Whereas we don't have any hard limits. We have aesthetic. It's an aesthetic choice. So the poly count level of something can be different from something next to it, even if they're kind of the same thing. It depends on what it is, and where we're strategically putting things to make it look chunky or not. So it's to answer your question, it depends on the situation, really, what's being made.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, I love it. And so whenever you're designing for sort of like this old school MMO look, do you have like specific rules in your head? Do you have like things that you kind of preserve, or I guess like a methodology?
Not really. I have I have I'm somewhat of an ADHD brain where I kind of go with the flow of stuff. Um, so I think if I had a better system, it might actually be better. But yeah, it depends on what's going on, like what's being made, or like I don't think I've ever made two things the same way. So there's a lot of I think one of the questions in your on your list was I was going to answer, like, there's multiple different ways to do the same like to make the same thing. Like there's no one way to make a thing. And that's actually something that I struggled a little bit with when I was learning 3D, because I wanted to do things right. I wanted to do things well. So I wanted to learn how the right way to do it was. But there is no right way. It all, it all depends on what you're doing. So
Yeah.
so that was something I had to figure out.
Okay. No, very cool. And I think it transcends like multiple fields, I suppose, but sometimes like kind of that analysis paralysis, like sometimes just getting started is the hardest part. Sometimes you just have to start, and you
Yeah.
know, you'll get there, I suppose.
Yeah. That I definitely suffer from analysis paralysis as well. I think that's why that was one of the things I struggled with when I was working on my portfolio by myself. Like I was trying to make it perfect because it needed to be perfect so I could get the job, right? And one of the kind of the boons in my mind to joining this team was because I would be making stuff not for myself so much so, but for other people and for a greater goal, the game, that it's easier for me to be like, good enough, move on to the next thing. Otherwise, if I'm working on something for myself, I'll just, and I literally have like over 150 save files of like one of the sculptures I've done, and it's not done. It just keeps changing. So yeah, it helps me keep
That's
on
cool.
track when there's like a thing that we're trying to do overall. So
Yeah, no, I love it. And I'm sure you can even look back to maybe one of the very first things that you ever did, for the team, even like on this project, versus like maybe one of the more recent things, that I'm sure you're like, oh, this is how I did it. So
yeah.
it's nice to see the progression, the journey.
Well, yeah, the actual the Ashira were one of the earlier things I did. They've been in for a long time, and I need to go back and update some stuff with them. And I've actually gone back and looked at the file for those and been like, oh man, oh gosh, look at all these. So I definitely know that.
That's awesome, man. That's really cool. Okay, so just kind of like some workflow related stuff, production, reality, little section here. So in the public updates, it mentions that your work is kind of, NPC models, props, critters, player sculpts, customization support, and wearable stuff like backpacks, lanterns, quivers, pouches, cloaks. Is there anything that I know you said like no thing is ever the same, but is there anything that's kind of more most fun for you, or you just kind of take it as it comes? Is there anything you enjoy kind of doing more of?
I think when there's something small that I can knock out pretty quickly and kind of get the endorphins from like completing something, those are enjoyable. Like I noticed that we didn't have a stein, a mug, like held item model, and that was something that we needed for a while. And I had a little bit of time somewhere in there, and I just modeled one out really quickly, and I did some quick texture work on it. Kind of got it in there real quick. And I mean, I still need to do some more work on it, but I got it to a pretty nice place in a pretty quick amount of time. So that felt good. I enjoy that when I can kind of make something stuff it on in there, and it has use right away. But yeah, I work on like all the character modeling and all the armor and equipment that goes along with that. And I do all the implementation into Unity as well for all that stuff. So sometimes I'm poking around in Unity and people have no idea what I'm doing. And that's okay.
That's awesome. Yeah, I was gonna ask you, like, are you involved in somehow like the there's a lot that goes into it, you know, and do you do any like other coding or like kind of design with that? It was kind of fascinating to me when I talked to Robert. He said he does go in there to kind of put certain things like maybe like a barrier or a threshold, so when you pass through it, it might trigger like a sound, or like it might trigger like the music to start and stuff like that. I think that's just really cool part of game dev.
That's cool that that he's really hands on like that, because that helps a lot. Because we're such a small team that we don't have like, I think in a larger studio there's probably like the artists, they do the art and then they give it to someone who then does the implementation portion of it. And for us, like a lot of people have to do both. I do all the implementation for the character stuff.
That's awesome.
And it's a lot of work, actually. So as of recording this, we just pushed all the new hair, the big hair update.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So we just spent like a month and a half to 2 months. I think it was like a month and a half of actually building the stuff, and then it took me like we wound up with, the final count was like 103 assets.
Wow.
I think. Let me double check that real quick. Yeah, 103 little assets for like hair, beards, mustache, all that stuff. Because the beard and the mustache are like two separate pieces now that you can like mix and match. And so I implemented all that stuff into Unity, and that took like 4 days.
Man, that's awesome. You know, that's amazing. I actually might have popped in while you were doing some of that, and that kind of goes into my next question here. I was gonna basically like I know there's different stuff happening, so maybe no one day is ever the same, but can you walk us through kind of like an example of how your workflow might go in like a typical sort of session or workday or week? For example, like I put backpacks or hair because I noticed in your stream, the software that you had, it almost looked like a wall, like it was like a giant wall of all the different stuff, and it was very like Matrix style, so it seemed like you could kind of choose what to work on, whether it's like one hair to the next, and there's just kind of the imagery that came to mind. But sort of like, what does your typical kind of workflow look like?
Yeah, it depends on what I'm doing, obviously, because like there's the making assets stuff that I do, and then there's like the implementation side of things. Those are kind of two totally different things. Like one's just totally data input and management, and the other is like the technical art side of things. So it just depends. If I'm working on, if I'm modeling something, I'm in Blender, and I like you were describing. Sometimes I have the concept art in the file with me, and I can just kind of really just directly model it to the shape of the concept art. And that's what I did with a lot of the hair. I just had them all in a row, and I just put it back behind the model, and I could just move the verse around and stuff. But I mean, generally for that stuff, there's like, when we get the concept, we model it, and then there's the UVing phase, and then there's the texturing phase, and then it's usually pretty good to go, because we don't do for our workflow. We're just doing like the model and just one like color, like one texture map. We don't have any like extra maps that we generate that like modern games use, at least for the characters. Like some of the other ones are like normal maps and like metalness and roughness maps, and those are all like advanced things that handle like making it look even more realistic on a more like a smaller detail level. But since we're not doing that, it's just straight model UV texture. It's pretty straightforward in that regard. And we don't even have to color it because we can just paint in grayscale because the engine does the coloring for us in game.
Interesting. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, and then when I'm doing any of the importing stuff, it's taking whatever someone else has done or what I've done, and just compiling all the things like the mesh and the texture, and making sure the naming is organized well, and setting up all the little doodads in Unity, because because the fact that Unity colors stuff, we have to hook it up to all these things, so that it, like, the game engine knows what texture to grab and what mesh to grab, and then what color to dye it. So it's like it's a whole machine that happens in there under the hood, and it just all needs to be plugged into the right thing so it works. So
yeah, no, that's awesome. And it's kind of cool, Unity's such a modern engine. I'm sure that'll like kind of future proof a lot of stuff too, as the years go by and whatnot. Okay, beautiful. Are we how are we doing on time?
Good.
Are we good? Okay, perfect.
Trying to beat that 5-hour record, huh?
Oh man. Yeah, you never know. No, Robert's definitely one of a kind, but again, thank you so much. This is great. And yeah, okay, so I'm just gonna go down my list here. So those details, like you just explained, that's kind of small, but they add so much to this kind of fantasy. Is there anything that players kind of underestimate, like how much those little visual details matter? I suppose I have several questions like that, where it's kind of like, what is the reality of like the technical stuff of just kind of making this a reality, do you think players underestimate how much like little visual details might matter? I suppose is the question.
Maybe. I think the amount of detail that we're packing into our textures, I feel like at least because we're shooting for this like retro style, you'd expect the textures to be retro, I guess. But I think perhaps people may be surprised when they see that the textures are much more detailed than, like, because you come into it thinking that it's like totally like a game from 2000s or something.
Yeah.
And while we are trying to capture some of that nostalgia and that vibe, like, the textures are not one of the things that we're like we're shooting for in terms of that style. We're actually, it's just the geometry, the shape of things. With the textures, we're actually kind of really pushing that stuff. Or trying to. So that's why you commented on like chainmail, seeing the links individually and like strands of hair and stuff. We're trying to make that stuff look good. So maybe people notice, maybe people don't notice. Either way, it's fine. I think more interestingly are people that are surprised, I guess, at the amount of effort that goes into making all that stuff, though, because I don't know that people are used to seeing the process. And like when we're spending so much time on a particular singular aspect of a model or texture or something, I've actually gotten comments in stream where they're like, "Wow, I didn't realize how much work went into this."
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, man, we're hand painting this stuff.
Yeah,
I
it's
think, and that kind of also goes into hand in hand with like, why don't you just use AI for this stuff? Uh, it's like, I guess, I mean, I guess if that's, you know, like if a robot can just do it all, I, that's, I don't know, that's not how things go. I mean, yeah, I guess if the same person who doesn't notice like the detail that goes into stuff is also like pro AI, then like the details don't matter, I guess, right? But I mean, speaking from an artist standpoint, in addition to my feelings about the ethical dilemmas of AI and shit, just like the stuff that it actually produces, if you actually pick it apart, it doesn't like it falls apart on it. It doesn't stand on its own legs a lot of the time. Um, so
yeah.
yeah.
No, very interesting. Yeah, that's a thing that's kind of it's getting more prevalent and whatnot. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot that goes into it for sure. Absolutely. Um, let's see. Are there any like sort of technical realities and kind of pipeline constraints that affect your sort of art decisions? Because I know you mentioned smaller team, obviously limited budget, etc., timelines and whatnot. What's can you speak
Yeah,
to that?
yeah. There's been it's interesting actually, because part of the reason why we like one of the reasons why the decision to go with like lower poly things and target the retro stuff, you know, aside from that's just what we like and it's cool and it's nostalgic. It's also like there's no way like because when uh Sean, Ollie, and Nick started the thing, it was just them, and there was no way. No offense to those guys. There's no way they were gonna kick out like a uh you know handcrafted like high fidelity like realistic looking game like some modern thing by themselves. And they could, I guess they could have gotten a Kickstarter and hired a ton of people and or something. Um, but I think the goal has always been to just do it ourselves kind of thing. Um, and so like the whole kind of art direction in that regard is kind of a limitation, right? Like what can we do by ourselves, kind of garage banding it ourselves. Um,
Yeah,
and so that was the direction. And then when Pattis and myself joined the team, it was just two artists. So okay, what can we do with two guys? Um, and we didn't have an animator or a rigger for a while. That wasn't something that was like something as like we need to get this in order to continue working. Like in the beginning, I was modeling, texturing, and rigging and animating stuff as well. Um, and it's like, dude, there's no like animation is something that it's not really my wheelhouse. I can like I can figure stuff out, but it's like I'm nowhere near as good as the guys we have now. So like that's kind of another reason they all the characters have like fists instead of fingers. Like that's way less things to rig up and animate.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
uh, and stuff like that. So I think those are some. I think also because of the way we've set up um, the texture loading system, um, it's pretty sophisticated. Like I'm kind of a layman with those sorts of things. It appears to be very fancy and sophisticated to me, um, but because it's got so many things going in and out, there is like uh, a hard limit to it. So I think we've kind of sacrificed um, using like normal maps and mentalness and roughness maps in lieu of having the lerping system that we have. Excuse me. So like what that means is we paint the textures in grayscale, and then we pump it into the system, and then we can, through data from the database, we can change the color of anything at the stroke of a key. But the downside of that is we don't have normal maps. We can't make stuff shiny. Like, we have to paint it all. So that's kind of a limitation for us on the character side. The environment guys seem to be able to use that stuff, but it's currently our limitation. And it would be really nice to have at least normal maps, because that kind of really helps stuff. Like it's a normal map is kind of like it's a map that tells the engine how a surface would reflect light, I guess, in a certain way. Like the surface of it. It's a lighting and shadow kind of thing. So some of our stuff, like it just looks really old school, which kind of works in our favor, but it also kind of looks not great. Like we could enhance stuff looking a little bit nicer without kind of totally changing things, probably with just a normal map. But you know, that's currently one of our limitations, I guess, technically speaking.
That's very cool. And so okay. And so do you guys have, is it important for the team, I guess, just going off that, to build like kind of reusable systems, or, you know, just or is it fun just kind of doing like really cool one-off assets? Is that what it seems like? A lot of it is like the one-off stuff, which I guess is why the game feels so unique to me. But you mentioned earlier that there's systems that kind of pull stuff into whatever it needs to be. I'm not sure what the question is there, but I was just thinking to myself, is there stuff that's kind of reusable that you can kind of iterate on, or is a lot of the stuff just like really like a handcrafted thing that you do for something and then you don't do anything like that again and kind of move on to something totally different that doesn't apply, I guess is what I'm asking.
That we actually, you might be surprised at the amount of reuse that we get. And to your point of us being a small team, that is very important. And that is we for character stuff, to be able to create a ton of armor, like a ton of different armor and weapons and those sorts of things. It's very important to kind of strategically build things so that it's scalable. Better scalable with a smaller team. So that's exactly why all the UVs for all the player characters are the same. Everybody has the same UV layout, so that when we make like a piece of armor, we can put that same piece of armor on everybody. And it's painted in grayscale and then tinted in engine, so that we make the one texture, and then we tinted a bunch of different colors, and it's a different shirt all over the place. So if you have the bronze helmet and you upgrade to like the cobalt plate helmet, it's the same. That's the same model, same texture. The only thing that's changed is the color. And like we can make a whole bunch of stuff out like that. It's very scalable. And what's really cool, so that's pretty cool on its own, but it's also pretty standard for a lot of games. The cool thing is, what we've done is we've taken some of those things and turned them into props. Like if you go to the bag vendor guy and you see like a backpack on the desk, that's a backpack that a player can, that's an actual player asset that we just stuck there, and it's tinted.
Very cool.
So like, yeah. And one of my favorite things that we worked on, if you go to the tailor vendor in Night Harbor the night market, or really anyone who sells armor, typically at this point they'll have a dummy that has like the clothing on it, like a display dummy.
Mm-hmm.
That dummy is actually it's one of the player models that we manipulated into being like a dummy like that. Like we put it on the stand and it uses the same UV layout. It's using the actual player armor textures. It's really cool because I can go into I have
Wow.
a tool in Engine,
Yeah.
which lets me just kind of view stuff so I can like make sure things are working right. Chinny and I worked on that dummy so that all he has to do is just grab the armor and then copy paste it onto the dummy. And then he can make a bunch of different dummies like for different armor and stuff, like
Yeah.
really, really rapidly. It's really cool. I don't know.
That's amazing.
I really nerd out about that one in particular because I was just really happy about how that came together because it there's the armor portion of it, which is basically just a player body that we just kind of stuck on there. But like the actual dummy portion of it as well, I took the target dummies from the garrison and I kind of manipulated the dummy and I stuck the armor model on top of that, and then that's the dummy. I didn't have to do any new texture work on that. That was all just model it, taking models we already had, and then just honestly, I just kind of manipulated the UVs. That's all I did for that one. I don't know. I think anybody who's into like UV mapping and stuff might appreciate that, but I don't know. It's pretty cool.
That's really fascinating. It sounds like technically genius. Just I guess like from the outside looking in.
I mean, I thought
that's
so.
really cool.
It's one of those things
Wow.
that like no one will appreciate, but like I don't know. I thought it was kind of clever. I'm proud of that.
Yeah, I love that. Like these beautiful little hidden things that like the average person would never think to, it's just like all this work behind the scenes, it's yeah. Do players underestimate how much technical problem solving can be buried in a project like this?
Probably. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I think stuff like that dummy is an example, perhaps. I'm not super technically minded with like some of the more advanced Unity stuff, so I don't know beyond that, but like I think the way the shoulders and the helm stuff work for players is kind of clever. It's kind of interesting, I guess. There's this whole hierarchy of stuff because like in the database for an item, you select like you select all the properties, of course, but you select specifically for the art, what model does this helmet use, and you pick the name. You get one name. So it's like leather helmet number 2 or something like that. And then that goes into like a big thing of like all the leather 2 helmets or whatever for all the different races. Then it picks out which one. Well, it checks out what race your character is and what helmet do you need to pull from that, and it pulls that model, and then it checks what texture that one needs, and it pulls that texture, and then it like I don't know. It's this whole machine it's like an assembly line when you put on your helmet. It's like it's doing all these things all at once. It's kind of cool. I don't know.
That is
Kind of
really
neat.
interesting.
From the inside, it's neat, but
Yeah. Yeah. Um, is there like a challenge, I guess sometimes with like you sculpt the thing, make it keep it consistent, and then it behaves like is stuff behave the way it's meant to in in the engine? Is there any kind of like weird like technical hiccups or bumps sometimes that are kind of challenging or fun to solve?
I mean, if we did all our stuff right, it should work fine. Sometimes stuff doesn't work. Like, maybe I remember I was setting up some of like the Saiyan giant helm, like their turban hat thing,
Yeah.
and like I got some scale data got kind of wonked out or something, and they had like really big hats on.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Or I think I put like the ogre plate helmet on a gnome, and it was a full body helmet. So just kind of weird. I mean, those are just like bugs that you kind of fix. But that's how it goes. You kind of like you plug it into the best of your ability, and then you go check, see how it looks, and if it's broken, you try to figure out why. That's just part of it. Stuff that like kind of breaks out consistently are the cloth sim stuff, like the shoulders. Like we have some cloth shawl shoulder items occasionally, and those have like some cloth simulation or cloth physics on the on part of it, and occasionally it'll just go haywire. And that's I think the fix for that is like a rigging thing or something. I'm not sure. That's kind of over my head, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to deal with that. But that's been something that's been plaguing us occasionally.
No, that's fun. I'm kind of laughing because I had this memory of one of Sean's interviews with an EverQuest developer. There was a weird thing they had where they were in a zone and somebody had scaled a fish. They had taken a fish and made it like this huge size to where like the whole zone was basically inside of the fish, and they were getting like extreme horrific lag that they were trying to solve. Anyways, just a fun story. But okay, cool. So whenever you whenever you start to make something, whenever you're making a race or a creature specifically, where do you usually start? Do you start like from the face, the proportions, I guess like the mood of the thing, the color? Like, do you have like a, I guess, creative process there?
It depends on what I'm making. I have different approaches depending on, because all it is a problem. It's problem solving. You don't always approach the same like a different problem from the same as the last problem. So it depends on what I'm doing. There are. I remember when I was doing the Drake. I got the concept, and the concept was the Drake in its pose. He was like mid-flight, and when we're modeling stuff and we're sending it off to animation, it actually needs to be in like what's known as the T pose, where it's like straight out like this.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. So it was very difficult to translate the concept in pose like that to a T-posed version of itself. So what I wound up doing was, and this is not something I do typically for stuff. I actually pulled up the concept and I started sculpting it in that pose, and then I rigged up that version and I moved it into a T pose, and then I started modeling it again.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then it was just all normal shit stuff from there. But yeah, that's but if it's like something that's already the concept isn't T-pose or something, or it depends. Like I don't need to always do that, but it depends on like the details of the process change depending on the thing, but the overall highlights of the thing are always the same, where you're modeling it in low poly. That's step one. Step two is UV that thing, and then step 3 is texture that thing. So just depends.
Okay. All right. And so is there any sort of races, monsters, or like anything in Monsters and Memories that you feel especially proud of at this current point in time?
I'm weirdly proud of those dummies, the armor dummies,
Yeah.
and I like I'm fond of the halflings. I think the beetles turned out pretty cool, and those were some of the first things I made. Like after I did like the bat and the rat and the snake and all those,
Mm-hmm.
the next thing I made was the fire beetle. So
Wow.
and those haven't actually changed. They're as they've been.
That's awesome.
So those are cool. One of the things I always wanted to make is kind of on my bucket list actually of things was to make a dragon. So it was cool that I got to make the dragon. I need to do some more work on that still, but it's been pretty cool.
Yeah.
And
No.
the Drake turned out good too.
Yeah. I went into stealth on my rogue, and I was sneaking around as much as I can through Fallen Pass. So I saw a lot of the drakes and all the other cool stuff out there. Yeah, that's awesome.
The Drake turned out really cool, and then the skeletal Drake. I think I don't know, maybe that's something like just the pushing for all the skeletal versions of everything. That's been kind of neat.
Yeah.
Because I just go and make those. I just show up. I got some more skeletons for you guys, and they're like, okay.
Nice, man. That's awesome. How fun. How fun. And so if you had total freedom, if you could just wave a wand, if you could sculpt your sort of dream race, class fantasy, or any kind of creature, do you have anything that you'd like to make?
Well, I'm very fortunate that the guys have allowed me the opportunity to add in the lizard race for the game. So I did sculpt. I sculpted up a concept model of it, and I've been talking with Goblin about like, kind of bringing that forward and stuff. They've actually let me write some. They kind of just gave me free reign with the whole thing, to be honest with you. So I've been writing lore and stuff for them as well. So at some point we'll get that out to the public. But yeah, that's been really cool. So I'm hoping that those turn out cool and people like them.
That's awesome.
So,
I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm definitely not trying to make like a 1-for-1 comparison to like this is its own beautiful, unique thing, absolutely. But as someone who just really loves EverQuest, and Kunark was like my favorite, I love the idea of a lizard race. So I'm really excited to see what you guys do with it. So
yeah, we can't not have a lizard race. I think it won't feel complete without it, I feel like.
I agree. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, you pretty much answered that next question there. Well, where would you go if you could craft your own race? Okay, so how do you think about nostalgia, I suppose, without getting trapped by nostalgia?
I think that's something that we need to constantly check with everybody on, both internally and externally, like because we want to be hitting notes, but I think there's also a desire to forge our own path, right? So I think it's just one of those things where we just kind of we keep chipping away at stuff, and we make corrections if we need to, or we, one way or another. It's kind of a conversation. It's not like there's no like rules or path that's laid out for that kind of thing. I think to a greater extent, I will say this, that like because the company we're very indie, and to a degree that it's like that's the answer to a lot of things. Honestly, it's like and for me personally, as someone who likes to kind of know, I guess I like to I say often that I like putting things in boxes, because that's just, it comforts my brain.
Mm-hmm.
But oftentimes the answer is, I don't know, we'll see. It's a conversation,
Yeah.
and that allows us to like have a certain amount of freedom that you wouldn't otherwise in other companies, I imagine. But at the same time, internally, I'm screaming because I'm like, just tell me what to do.
Yeah. No, it's really cool. Yeah, you mentioned earlier, it's like, when you're part of like kind of like a startup, and it, before it gets too big. I'm not saying this about Monsters and Memories, but just in general, as the company grows, it gets more corporate and whatnot, then it's like but yeah, it's just kind of fun from the outside looking in, just this company that's kind of doing it. You're basically just doing it your way. There's no like HR department or whatnot. Anyways, so this is really interesting to me. From your point of view as an artist, what does place, party, and peril sort of mean visually? Because I really love this. You as the artist basically bring this to life, and I noticed that like Sean and Goblin, they've always talked about the 3 Ps. It's like that's kind of what you guys are going for. If people don't know, that's the place, party, peril, right? So it's like the party should be in a place in danger, and it should just be kind of like blatantly obvious, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is Goblin is a better person to talk to about that one, because it's kind of him and Sean's sort of thing. But I think my analysis of it is that it's kind of it's building out the world before we build out the world. Like it's creating these moments, this imagery that kind of incites curiosity in people, and both players and us as developers, because there's actually been stuff that has been in the 3Ps that has become like part of the game. Like I feel like the Wormsbane tunnel entrance, I'm pretty sure that was a
Yeah, I love
3P
that.
first, and then Pattis actually modeled it out to be kind of exactly like that. So that was cool. But it's just kind of like that. They're kind of like kind of those sorts of things, like generating uh, a cohesive kind of world
Mm-hmm.
in kind of individual scenes and stuff like that. So
Okay, beautiful. Um, and so whenever like let's say like a character is like really really far off in the distance, um, how is there any kind of interesting way to tackle this, or I guess how important is sort of silhouette readability, where like the players could instantly sort of know like, okay, that's an ogre with, they must be a tank, they're wearing plate gear, maybe the way they're walking even from a distance, because I guess like Monsters and Memories, like the cool thing about it is the incredible draw distance is really interesting. So I guess, is that something that you think about as an artist at all, like the
yeah,
silhouette readability from a distance?
yeah. I mean, that's very important, especially because of the draws distance, like you mentioned. But even just identifying stuff when you're up close too, like, and just kind of iconic shapes and things. So that definitely is important for kind of instilling in everybody kind of what that thing is. Yeah, so it's a big, because, like, I mean, that kind of, to jump back to kind of one of the earlier questions about why do, like, modern games kind of all look the same, or what are they kind of like not doing,
Yeah.
is like not maybe not emphasizing some of those as strongly or as much as older games did, because older games, they had less to work with, and that meant more.
Hmm.
Whereas modern games, they have more, so that, but it still kind of means something. So I mean, yeah, it's I think it's a generally important thing. So
Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, and then a couple of questions here about like class fantasy, kind of MMO philosophy. Do you think that class fantasy is kind of visually underexplored in MMOs? Yeah, do you have any thoughts there?
um I mean, that's kind of a little bit out of my wheelhouse. I'm not super good at class design type stuff, or like um
Yeah,
thinking about that sort of thing. I think
I gotcha.
I definitely, I think if you if you kind of think of it in terms of different ways that classes are designed or not designed, like if you take like an Elder Scrolls, for example, where there is no class, you are just a person and you skill up stuff.
Mm-hmm.
um uh and you can take that and you compare it against like Vanguard or EverQuest, where the classes are very defined and very tailored for a specific play style or something. Um, uh, my preference, at least between those two, is more of the tailored experience for each class. Um,
Yeah,
I I
absolutely.
I don't like having so much, like, because I'm not a type of person who likes like multi-classing, or kind of just um, being being able to do everything kind of thing. Um,
Yeah.
because I don't know, just my preference is like, especially when it comes to the game being a multiplayer game, that's very important, because you need to have weaknesses that other people can be the strength for, because that's how you develop cooperation and dependency. Because if everyone is the master of everything, then why do you need other people? So
Yeah,
I don't know.
absolutely, absolutely. And then this is just a fun question here that I like to ask. Just as someone who, you played EverQuest, you played Vanguard, but do you think that MMO classes have been solved at this point? Is there anything kind of interesting that you'd like to see? I know you mentioned Vanguard has kind of like a healer that's kind of like a dark kind of blood magic healer. Like, I think that's really interesting, for example. But and of course, Monsters and Memories brings back like the utility class, like the Enchanter, the buffing, debuffing, that kind of thing. I think that's cool. But do you have any thoughts there?
On games being solved. Well,
Of just MMO classes
oh,
in general.
I see what you mean. Uh, I mean, I'm sure there's endless kind of there's probably no limit to like what you could come up with.
Yeah,
It not being kind of my strength. I kind of, I can't conceive anything that hasn't been conceived really. I mean, I guess you just take like two things and you slam them together, and like there's the Shadow Knights and the Paladins and the Inquisitors of the world, or essentially those two things, and you could just keep doing that and trying different stuff, I guess.
yeah,
Um, or like, I guess the Blood Mage is a better example of. I mean, I guess you could almost say that that's kind of two things slammed together too, though. If you took like a cleric and a necromancer or something. But I don't know. I think I'm probably not the best person to come up with some crazy new idea. But because I'm also rooted in, like, my foundation again is EverQuest, and I have I have that grumpy old man brain of like, it should be a certain way, and so like kind
Yeah.
of jumping outside of those boxes is not really my strong suit. Like, you could probably come up with like a ranger that shoots like complete heal arrows or something.
Yeah.
Maybe like that could be a class, like a ranged healer, like with a bow. That could be kind of cool, but
Wow. Interesting. Yeah.
like at the same time, like, do I want to play that? Do I want that in my game? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I
No.
mean,
Very cool.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was actually that's actually like Anna from Overwatch. She was basically a ranged healer. That was actually a fun class to play.
Oh, nice. I never played Overwatch, but a lot of people seem to really love it. Yeah. It's got a lot of friends
Yeah,
there.
I outside of MMOs and fantasy stuff, I do enjoy like co-op shooter type stuff. So I got really into Overwatch for a little while there.
That's awesome. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, no, and it's nice sometimes to take a step away and just do something totally different. Then when you come back, it's like, okay, yeah. Because if you just played MMOs all day and did MMO stuff all day, it'd just be like, it'd be kind of rough, you know. There's so many other beautiful things out there for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Has working on Monsters and Memories kind of changed how you think about EverQuest or Vanguards, or even just more like MMOs more broadly now that you're actually like part of a dev team?
Yeah, I think I understand, like, because I work with character stuff, I understand, or I look at Vanguard and EverQuest character stuff through kind of with greater understanding. Um, like, the whole all the races having different kind of textures for the armor and stuff versus why didn't they just use the same texture for everybody, or certain like on the halfling like breastplate, there's like some weird black artifacts or something on some pieces of it, and I think that's actually a UV error. I thought it was just part of the texture or something, but I think it's actually a model error. And I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. I never thought about it. You kind of you see a thing and you're like, that's how it is, and you don't think about it unless you have context of like how it was made, I guess. And like I find it very interesting when in talking about like animations that are reused, model and animations that are reused. I kind of wonder how many people do or don't realize that the goblin model in EverQuest, the original one,
Mm-hmm.
and the ghoul, that's the same model, same animations. The only thing they
Oh,
changed,
yeah.
they changed the face and ears a little bit, and texture,
Wow.
obviously, but
It's
it's the same otherwise.
yeah. Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah. Interesting. Okay, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
They have that kind of hunched over. They're like sitting with one arm. They're kind of like hunched over. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And when they die, they kind of have their butt up in the air.
Yeah. Wow.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah. The rat and the skunk. That's virtually the same model. They added like a puffier tail for the skunk, and of course a skunk texture, but it's a rat with a big tail on it.
It's really beautiful that you can kind of do a simple little small thing and just end up being like, yeah, like, yeah, you create like a whole new thing, but easily.
Yeah, I think that's
brilliant.
really it's really impressive, especially when people don't realize it. Like you being kind of surprised about the goblin and the ghoul.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we can get away with stuff like that. because right now we're building a lot of like the base models of things, but eventually when we kind of iterate on things, like we make like another version of something, or we make something totally different, but it's kind of in the same shape generally of something we've already made.
Yeah.
Like
Actually,
we have actually done that on one thing. The actually our goal and the were rat, they have the same. They use the same rig and same animations.
oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to jump in. I was just thinking, like off the top of my head, I've already seen kind of like an example that you guys showed is kind of like the Beatles. You have like the green one, the fire one, and then you have like, I guess, the deep one, or the one that kind of has like the bioluminescence to it. Like, I think that's really interesting. It's kind of along those lines there. But yeah, no, very very cool. Okay, and so we're coming to the end of it here. I really appreciate you bearing with me. I'm trying to gloss over some of these more like kind of duplicate things. I was trying to think of as much as I can.
Okay.
I think I might have overdone it, so I really really appreciate it.
No worries, man.
And thanks for your patience, because I'm not on that like technical level with that kind of stuff. But so do you so like. I guess like, how do you stay motivated on something like this? This has been like a years long thing, and I'm sure you guys probably, there's a long way to go still, but progress is real, but a lot of the work is kind of invisible or behind the scenes, and basically, how do you stay motivated for something like this, where I suppose like the guarantee of success is not, it's not promised.
Yeah. Dude, the real answer is I'm obsessed. There's it makes no logical sense for me to be doing what I'm doing. I'm just obsessed. Like I didn't actually say this earlier. I kind of didn't elaborate, I guess, but once I figured out that I wanted to make games, right? Like kind of merge like sculpting and digital, like video games, into like getting into character 3D art. Kind of my dream scenario was, working on EverQuest or an EverQuest-esque type project or game or something. Or just an MMO, really. Like, I think I may have applied to work with on Vanguard, maybe. I don't remember. I might have been not. That might have been before stuff, but I there was something. I actually applied to work. I applied to work on Pantheon. That was after I graduated, or something like that. It was around the same time. But anyway, so this project is kind of like the dream project for me. So I'm obsessed with it. That's there's not really a lot of motivation required, because I wake up every day and I want to do more work on this. I work. I'm one of the few members right now that is working on it full time. I kind of oriented my entire life to work on this right now. So I wake up every single day, weekends, holidays, everything, and I do something M&M. So,
Dude, I love it. I love the passion. That's amazing.
is it passion or is it psychosis? I can't tell.
I don't know, but it's great. Yeah, it's that's beautiful. Okay, yeah. And so for people who, for aspiring artists that are listening to this, can you give any advice to someone who's trying to, like hone their craft? How did you get better? if an artist wants to improve, or maybe even like wants to get into game design or art design, is there any advice you would give an aspiring artist?
Yeah, I think the first thing I would say is keep the stuff that you're working on small. You get because if you keep the scope small, you're able to kind of finish it, uh, and then move on to the next thing. Because I fell for this trap myself. I wanted to make something really big, really cool that would be turn heads, right? Because that's what you think you have to do to get noticed or something. But I mean, that's the kind of thing that you do kind of more when you achieve a certain amount of skill and you're able to do that stuff like at a reasonable pace. But like when you're just kind of learning, you're starting out, you're really just in the learning phase, and you just got to kind of learn what to do, like learn the tools, or learn like anatomy, or learn whatever it is. And you learn more rapid, I think, when you pick small things and then you focus on a small thing. Like if you were to focus on drawing hair, you don't need to draw a whole body. You could just draw like like a head. You wouldn't even need to draw a face, really. Maybe just some landmarks, and then just draw hair. Like that's the focus of what you're trying to do in that instance. Keep it to that degree. I mean, you can do bigger stuff too as well, but I think keeping stuff small when you're trying to learn and progress and become better, that is a good idea. And the second thing would be if you can find a community of other artists that can help you out, that's huge as well. Like getting feedback and learning from other people. That's how you're going to learn the quickest, because the time, like an example of that from my own life is when I got a job. Like I went to college and they taught us like Maya 3D program, and then I got my first job and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we use Blender here. And I'm like, okay, well now I need to learn Blender. But it was really easy to learn because they taught me on the job. I was surrounded by a ton of people all using the program. So like there's like, if they told me to go home and figure it out myself, I never would have figured it out. So having people kind of help you is huge. And even working on the M&M, I've learned a ton of stuff. There's a ton of stuff because Zach has a lot of experience just prior to this working in the industry, and he's just taught me like so much stuff. So that's the best. There's no better source of information or learning than someone telling you what they know. So
that's amazing. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
And what about like your own like kind of streaming journey or kind of content creation journey? What is that? What has that kind of looked like for you? Have you been a streamer before Monsters and Memories? Or is that just kind of synonymous with like your journey as an artist, or what did that look like there? And what advice would you give to someone who might be interested in maybe streaming their art as well?
Well, I mean, I got into streaming as a hobby before M&M. I streamed some art stuff occasionally. I probably streamed like playing EverQuest and stuff more so on occasion, but I wouldn't say I'm successful on any level. Even still, I would argue. So I don't have any advice. Just I'm not good at it. I feel like I
no, it's great.
Do
you know what I really appreciate about you? Sorry, you're very stoic and you're very focused on your craft, and I love how it seems like you have a monitor kind of above you. Like I even want, like you're focused on your art, and even like when I came in the other day, for example, you were just like hi, and then you just and then you just went back down to whatever you were doing, and I love that. I love that.
Well,
so
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I mean, really what I'm doing, at least now, like, I feel like I try to be as like entertaining as I can. Like I like cracking jokes and stuff, or uh,
Yeah.
using soundboards or sound effects or something. Um, but really, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work, um, and having kind of an audience sort of helps me stay focused. Like being on camera helps me stay focused, because otherwise I might just goof around and like watch a bunch of YouTube videos or something and not really get anything done.
Yeah.
So it's really I'm actually not a good streamer. I'm more using you guys to keep me on track. So I mean that's really what I
No.
do. And any kind of you know entertainment value that you guys grab from that is just a bone. Like I do my best. Like actually I probably don't do my best honestly, but I I I I wish for it to be a good experience. But I'm also interested in what I'm doing. Like I'm not good at kind of multitasking and stuff. So I feel like I let you guys down, but I
No,
don't
it's
know.
great. You don't. No, not me. It's great. Like everybody has their own style and kind of personality and stuff, and it's interesting too because like a lot of people, game development used to be this like esoteric thing that's kind of whatever and is very corporate and like you don't really have. But the thing with Monsters and Memories that I think is really cool is like a large part of the development of the game has happened on Twitch or just kind of like streaming in general and kind of from conversations about MMOs while playing EverQuest. So it's really cool. It's really unique, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, actually I
I
have a
love it.
comment I have
Yeah.
a comment based on that because I remember when Rift was kind of coming out, I was getting all geared up for that in preparation and stuff. And um, that obviously that was when I mean things are still largely kind of secretive and stuff. Um, uh, and so I don't know. I think that's kind of my experience of kind of a studio or a company kind of being more kind of out there. I guess it's a small one, but it was meaningful to me, and I thought it was cool. And yeah, so um, and I think there was another one when a game called Global Agenda was being worked on. I was kind of really involved with like alpha and stuff in there, and got to kind of interact with some devs and stuff. So that was cool too. Um, uh, so I can relate to kind of wanting to get kind of interaction with folks working on stuff. Uh, so it's cool. I understand. So I'm glad that you guys are able to kind of interact with uh, Eminem folks
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
I
it's
know what it's
awesome.
like as well. And I
Awesome.
hope we get to meet. Shout out to we get to meet you someday, bro.
That's
I'm sure he's
awesome.
watching. He's totally watching these. Don't worry.
That's awesome. Are your brothers gonna play Monsters and Memories or are they do they play EverQuest? You know,
Uh, yeah, they don't play anymore. Obviously, I think they both kind of probably dipped out of the whole MMO space. They kind of grew up, whereas I haven't grown up. um, but that I got them. I invited them to like some of the tests and stuff, and they claim to have played some of it. So I don't know if they'll play it when it comes out or not, but it's fine.
that's cool. Yeah, I was just curious if they were still kind of on that journey. Um, yeah. So what makes you happy in life? What gives you joy other than
Oh
your
man.
your passion for the game and working on it every single day?
I think making stupid jokes. It's that simple. Like uh that's why I crack jokes on stream, or I post silly things. I don't post all of them uh publicly, like, because they're like, it's really just like, those kind of dumb jokes you like giggle to your coworker about, kind of thing. It's
Yeah,
just stuff like that.
yeah, I love that stuff.
So I
It's
have like a little,
it's fun.
I send I send them internally, or DM people like goofy little things sometimes. But yeah, that's it.
That's fun. It keeps it interesting, you know. Um,
Yeah, you gotta do something to, you know, occupy your time. I think that's probably some of the motivation, I guess, as well, is because I'm able to, because I have such access to the game. Like, if I was feeling very mischievous, I could like turn all of
oh,
the heads into pumpkins or something, and
yeah.
then take a screenshot and giggle to myself about it.
Actually, yes. Sorry, I just had this random memory. How could I forget? It was one of the tests, and me and my buddy Kazrax and Murpus were playing, and I remember you popped into the game and you handed us lemons.
Oh yeah.
In ancient crypt, you just kind of came out of nowhere and you were like, "Hey, do you want a lemon?" I didn't know if it was like a trick question. Is something gonna happen? I love that. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Yeah, you're very
Yeah, that was
mischievous.
it's it's funny because people, that exact reaction, like, they don't understand the importance of the lemon. And the joke to me is that there's no importance. It's just a lemon. And it's not even that I like picked the lemon specifically. It's, I just happened to have lemons because I was testing like the mounting system. And so I was just, it's happenstance that became a thing. So I don't know. It's just, it's all silly nonsense. It means nothing, but it's just, all in service of having fun.
I love it. Yeah, I totally blanked out. Yeah, cool. Uh, and so whenever okay, well, just like outside of sort of MMOs and art, is there anything that's kind of fun, or that people might not know about you, or anything? This is totally optional, by the way. If you only if you feel like sharing. Do you have any like interesting hobbies outside of art?
Um, Honestly, art, art and streaming are kind of the hobbies I have. Um, I collect movies. I have a little movie collection going. Um, that's pretty standard stuff, though.
Very
I think,
cool. Like DVDs, VHS.
yeah, Blu DVD, Blu-ray kind of stuff.
Cool.
I have one of those Plex server things. So that's kind of fun.
That's awesome. Physical stuff is just like really hard to get by these days. Everything's digital now, so I love that. I appreciate
Yeah,
physical stuff.
yeah. Well, I like to get the digital or the physical stuff, and then I kind of digitize it myself and put it on the thing. So I still have them if I need them, but I don't like cracking open like the 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 Blu-ray cases and stuff to like actually watch something. Um, so it's convenient. It's kind of a nice mix of both. So yeah, it's nice.
Awesome. Just a couple more questions here. So whenever people eventually step into Monsters and Memories, maybe for like early access and beyond, and just kind of really take in the world and the sort of creatures, what do you hope that they feel?
Um, I hope that we're able to construct a world that people can get immersed in. And this is I was watching the episode you had with Class and cool guy, by the way, very classy.
Yeah,
Um,
he's awesome.
he was kind of describing something that he was describing it kind of what I think about, but he was kind of describing it in a long manner. But kind of I would probably describe it very succinctly as making a world, not a game. Because he was describing what he liked about like EverQuest and other games as them kind of being a world, and I feel like that's what we're trying to build as well with M&M. And I think that's very. I actually don't know how many people on the team necessarily think about that specifically, but it's something that I think about as like that's kind of the secret sauce. I feel like you're not making a game, you're making a world, and so there are certain decisions that you choose to do in designing that game to make it feel like a world, such as corpse runs or the merchant thing that everybody hates, or the mounts. The way we're building the mounts is more than just like a thing that just pops between your legs, So and just like the construction of the world itself by it being like when you're sitting at the Night Harbor gate, you can see Fallen Pass, the castle. Like that's a thing that gives you a landmark that you see off in the distance, and it makes you wonder, what is that? Can I go there? That's the kind of thing you think about, like when you're in a world. You're not thinking about, oh wow, look at that dungeon up there that I need to be level 30 to go into or whatever. You're like, I wonder what's in that castle. So
yeah, beautiful. Okay, and then finally, if you could just sort of bottle up one message and send it to the Monsters and Memories community, or even like the sort of broader MMO community, what would it be?
Please send tell for lemon.
Nice.
I don't know. Sincerely though, yeah, I don't know. I just hope people, dig the game. It's been a wild ride. Like, whether we succeed or we fail, it's been a cool journey. So we'll see where it goes. It all depends on people showing up, right? And there's no expectation that, and there's probably not even a desire that we're like some kind of WoW killer gangbusters thing out the gate. I think we're hoping for a modest amount of people to show up and enjoy the thing so that we can keep going. And then, I mean, hopefully over time it grows as we add more things in, expand the world, those sorts of things. And then maybe more people show up, and maybe we just stay the same thing and we got just like a cool group of dudes and lady dudes, just jamming out in the game. Like that's a cool place to be as well, right? So we'll see. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, man, thank you so much. I think we got it.